Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here today. Our first order of business is the invocation with Pastor James Davis from Grace AME Zion Church. Good afternoon, Pastor. Thanks for being here.
May we pray together. Creator of all things, protector of all whom you've created, sustainer of life and comforter in our times of sorrow, we thank you for this time together as neighbors, community, leaders, and officials. We invite you into this presence in this place as we commune with one another, that we will first recognize the grace you give, the mercy you show, and the love you demonstrate. May our meeting here today reflect the God we serve as we are genuinely concerned about our city and the many, many blessings you have allowed us to have. Now, God, we are people of faith and folly. We are people of care and carelessness. But your holy word informs us that without faith it is impossible to please you. Now, God, before any decisions are made, before we cast any votes, may we consult you to guide our thoughts, understanding, and our reason, which informs our action. Quicken our conscience, our souls, and the depths of us where only you reside, that our faith might see the greater good for the people we serve. May our pride not interfere with your plans. And God, although we have authority in the seats we sit in, but you have all power in the seats you sit in, and that our authority never stands against yours. It's in the name that is above all other names, and in the name of our collected and personal faith we do pray, and let us all say together as neighbors, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Counselor Knight, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we'll have a couple of proclamations. Before we begin the proclamations, we have a certificate of appointment for Tori Dixon. Tori has been appointed to a 2-year term on the Human Relations Commission. You here? Come on up. There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And want to thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Second, proclamation. I see you there, Clodagh. Why don't you come on up? We'll read this. You doing okay? Good to see you. Okay, we have a proclamation. Whereas since 1986, the International Festival of Raleigh has been dedicated to serving Raleigh's international communities, and whereas the International Festival of Raleigh promotes American ideals through cross-cultural communication, education, and understanding, and whereas nearly 20,000 participants and attendees connect annually in Raleigh to make their communities better through links of friendship with their multicultural neighbors, and whereas Raleigh is proud to host the International Festival of Raleigh for its 34th year. I'm starting to feel old. I remember when it first started. Now, therefore, do I, Mary Ann Baldwin, Mayor of the City of Raleigh, North Carolina, hereby proclaim March 2020 in the City of Raleigh as International Diversity Month. So, thank you for your work. There you go. Can we have a photographer? I know somebody. Do we have a photographer who's getting a picture? Oh, here. Running in. Thank you. All right, thank you. I would like Counselor Stewart to please come down. You were actually the impetus behind this, so I wanted you to come up and read the proclamation.
Oh, fabulous. Thank you. All right, folks.
I like to surprise people.
So we have our friends from Visual Art Exchange here today, and I cannot wait for Saturday night. Whereas Visual Art Exchange, or VAE, was founded in 1980 and has stayed true to its core goal of developing a vibrant, equitable, and well-resourced creative community. And whereas VAE supports artists by providing a platform to showcase their work, educational resources to expand their creative careers, funding for their most ambitious ideas, and connections to the resources they needed to thrive. Whereas VAE creates opportunities for communities who are often underrepresented in our contemporary art world, including people of color, people with disabilities, and queer and female artists. And whereas VAE has served the citizens of Raleigh by providing more than $100,000 of annual funding for engagement opportunities with local, national, and international artists and their work. And whereas VAE is commemorating its 40th year with an anniversary gala on March 7th, 2020, Saturday night. Now, therefore, do I, Marianne Baldwin, Mayor of the City of Raleigh, North Carolina, hereby proclaim Saturday, March 7th, 2020, in the City of Raleigh as Visual Art Exchange Day. Yay, congratulations!
I believe you wanted to get a photo, so this is going to be a rough spot. Come on. We're just going to move you all over.
So I always look on the smile because we're going to be in this photo. Everything, right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the lesson, Counselor Stewart, in that is always be on your toes. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody representing our international festival group and also VAE, two great organizations in our city that really make a difference. Now I'm going to turn it over to the city manager for the Big Idea Award.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you recall, we are now awarding, hopefully monthly, our Employee Big Idea, and it's my pleasure to introduce our next employee. The Employee Big Idea program provides our employees a formal opportunity to gain organizational support for implementing new ideas and innovations that may fall outside their direct job responsibilities, or it could involve multiple departments. For this month, I'm very excited to announce Sarah Ellis as this month's winner of the Employee Big Ideas. She's in Planning and Development. Raise your hand, Sarah. Okay. Sarah submitted a citywide organizational chart idea. So this is an idea to create a searchable staff directory and organizational chart that it clearly explains every job in the city and how interconnected promoting cross-departmental working together and collaboration could work. There are some existing tools that we can use that staff is working on right now with communications and information technology to roll this out. And this is a particularly good idea because we have had a lot of changes over the last 5 years within the organization. And as we've gotten bigger, it's harder for people to make those connections. So it's a really good proposal from Sarah. And the award does come with a $500 gift, although the check's in the mail. And so it's my pleasure to present the certificate to Sarah. Thank you.
Thank And that's all you have.
For special awards, yes.
There's more coming, people, trust me. Okay, we have no items pulled from the consent agenda.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon. Ken Bowers from Planning
Good
and Development.
afternoon.
Joined by Vice Chair Bob Geary. So let's. So, right now, no items are scheduled for April 7th, but we're about to change that.
I noticed.
It was a action-packed agenda at the last Planning Commission meeting, so we have several items to report. The first two are two cases right next to each other on Jones Franklin Road. And this first one is at 1321 Jones Franklin, requested to rezone 2.5 acres from R4 to OX3 conditional use with the Special Residential Parking Overlay District. West CAC voted 9-4 in favor of this request with 7 abstentions, and the Planning Commission has recommended approval unanimously, and we're recommending a public hearing date of April 7th.
Motion?
So moved.
Second? Do we have a second? Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
So next case, property just to the north, request to at 1315. These maps reversed. Anyway, this is request to rezone 2.8 acres, also from R4 to OX3 conditional use with special residential parking overlay. This received a 14-0 favorable vote from the West CAC and a unanimous vote from the Planning Commission. And April 7th is again the recommended public hearing date.
Motion to approve?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Great. Next case is at 1031 North Rogers Lane. This is on New Bern Avenue, outside the Beltline, inside the outer loop. And this is a request to rezone approximately 11 acres from planned development to the manufactured housing district, which is the only district that permits manufactured housing as a principal permitted use. It's deemed consistent with the comp plan and land use map, but Planning Commission has recommended unanimously for denial, as did the Southeast CAC on a 74-2 vote. Recommended public hearing date is April 7th.
Move for approval of public hearing, April 7th.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Next item is several parcels of land located at 2400 Gresham Lake Road and 7700, 7708, and 7716 Litchford. And this is over 15.5 acres to be zoned from R4 to R10 conditional use. Intended use includes townhouses. Conditions limit density to around 5 units per acre. North CAC did not recommend approval on a 32-4 vote against, and the Planning Commission, though, has recommended approval on a unanimous 7-0 vote. Recommended public hearing date is April 7th.
Do you have a motion to approve?
I move approval of staff recommended public hearing date.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you for filling up our calendar. Just keep going.
It was so lonely before before this happened. This case is at 601 West South Street, Z4519, and this is essentially adding conditions and an extra story to the existing enacts zoning. It's been deemed consistent with the comp plan and the future land use plan. Planning Commission has recommended approval on a 7-0 vote. Central CAC has not taken a vote on the case, and recommended public hearing date is April 7th.
Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
And then next case is Z4119. This is at Millbrook Road and North Hills Drive. Request to rezone 7.5 acres from a mix of R4 and R6 to RX4 parking limited conditional use and RX3 parking limited conditional use. Midtown vote was 11-4, 20 against. Planning Commission recommended approval on a split vote of 5-2 The offered conditions have a conflict with a UDO, and staff requests a deferral to March 17th to allow revisions, which would still allow the council time to schedule the public hearing at your next meeting for April 7th.
Does the applicant have any issues with that? Okay, thank you. Do we need a vote on that, or just it's a deferral?
For the
That objection, we can. Yeah, either way, it's fine. You can make a motion to be safe.
I move to defer to March 17th. Is that right?
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Okay. Last item is TC 320. This is a text change to amend the UDO to require an additional neighborhood meeting for large and impactful rezoning cases and text changes to zoning conditions. The Planning Commission deliberated on this twice last week, including a special meeting that occurred Thursday evening. They have made some suggestions, some suggested amendments to the ordinance. Your backup packet includes the original ordinance as it went to Planning Commission and an ordinance that incorporates their recommendations. Their approval with the revisions was split on a 4-3 vote. And the public hearing is scheduled for this evening. And so no action at this time is needed.
Okay.
And that concludes the report of the Planning Commission.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bowers, Mr. Geary.
Thank you.
Next, we have special items. The first is the resolution brought forward by Councilor Branch regarding council appointments to the Raleigh Transit and the Raleigh Convention and Performing Arts Centers authorities.
Right, I passed this out of the last council meeting. I've heard no questions, suggestions, so I move for approval.
Do we- Councilor Stewart, did you second that? Okay. Sorry. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next, we have Nick Fugue. This was brought from the, I guess, deferred several times. Do we have, okay, Mr. Holland, thank you.
Yes, I have spoken with the applicant regarding this application, and they have requested another deferral of this item.
Okay. So 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Do we need to vote on that?
All right, we'll just hold it at the table.
I move to follow staff recommendations, please.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have a text change for private use of public spaces, pushcart height.
I'll just say real quick, Mayor and Council, this is the response to the item from the petitioner regarding the push carts, and the staff worked with them and came up with a revision in your packet. We're happy to answer any questions, but we believe it addresses the issue.
Okay, well, I'm 5-4, and I will make the motion to approve this. I don't know if you recall, but the applicant actually had everybody on a roll that night at City Council when they all stood up and said how tall they were after he announced he was 6'7", I think, or 6'5". So anyhow, you now know my height. Do I have a second?
Second.
You have to tell me how tall you are.
I'm 5'11", maybe 6 feet. I don't really know. I haven't measured myself in a while.
Okay. Lie. Say, I'm
6 feet. How about
I
that?
second it. Awesome. Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you. He's going to be pretty happy. He won't have to stand out in the rain anymore. Next, we have the Police Advisory Board update. Dr. Caesar?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This presentation is a follow-up to the community engagement results presented on February 4th to create the framework and develop the implementation of a police advisory board charged with policy and procedural review authority. With this process, One of the goals is to help the Raleigh Police Department to build trust and relationships, and then using the themes from that community engagement process as a guide to where this board should go, and then to identify an application process for the 5-member advisory board. The board will consist of a civil rights attorney, a mental health provider, a member of the LGBT community, a victim advocate, and a police chief appointee. The board will function to review existing Raleigh Police Department directives and procedures, contribute to equitable policy development, and engage the community through educational outreach on RPD directives and procedures. The structure of the board will be as follows. The board will live within the Division of Human Relations and will require a staff liaison. And what you see below is just how it will fit within human relations. There are other boards, but just to give you just a brief look at what it's going to be, it'll fall within Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs, Human Relations Commission. Also under Human Relations is the Substance Use Advisory Commission and the Fair Housing Hearing Board. And the staff liaison will be requested as a part of the budget process. So this board does not conduct investigations, it does not hear testimony, and does not weigh in and recommend disciplinary action. This board does not take or respond to resident complaints. Now, we will utilize appeals data and complaint data to prioritize what this board will focus on in terms of their review considerations. The terms will be for 2 years with a maximum of 3 terms or 6 years. Terms will be staggered. Citizens may serve on no more than 2 boards or commissions at one time, which is consistent with city policy. Anyone wishing to apply can go to the city website and complete the interest form. Those who are appointed must go through the Citizens Police Academy, legal training, and board orientation. So next steps, we would like City Council to approve the board creation and implementation processes outlined, and then staff submit application information for the specified seats.
Okay, I would like to add just a couple of things. First off, I think there needs to be some reference in there to training, like just in terms of discussion, but outline the fact that this board will also have some oversight of training procedures or suggestions for future training. If we could add that, I would appreciate it. The second, I know this is living on the page of boards and commissions, but I would like to see some reference to this on the home page of the website. So if our communications staff could make sure, we want to create more visibility and make it easier for people to apply. And the third thing, Councilor Branch and I met with members of the community 2 weeks ago, and there was a strong support to add 2 community at-large members, and we would like to do that as well, if that's okay with the rest of the council.
Is that part of your complete motion?
Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay.
And
So,
can I just add one thing? I'm sorry.
of course.
I just want to say that I also heard from a lot of folks in the community for the need for some at-large seats. And so I thank you and Councilmember Branch for bringing that forward and for being receptive. And I think that will make the board stronger. So thank you.
You know, I also think it's important to note, and this was part of the discussion, prior, like when I was on the council previously, we had basically a public safety committee, and items could be referred to that committee. When we changed some things, we had Safe, Healthy, and Vibrant Neighborhood Committee, and then it evolved into Healthy Neighborhoods. There was no place in the council structure to send items, And now we've gone back to safe, healthy, and vibrant community. That committee can also work hand in hand with this group in helping to resolve some issues or even refer items to them. So I just want to emphasize that the council will be involved with this committee, not directly, but there will be avenues for discussion through safe, healthy, vibrant community. Okay.
I have actually a question, I think, for City Manager. One of the things that this board does not do is take or respond to resident complaints. And one thing we've talked about this council, and I think the past council as well, was updating our internal affairs process so that folks who have complaints aren't going to complain to the police. Can you remind me or remind us where we're at with that process?
Sure, that is also part of the work, and actually I would ask Dr. Caesar to speak to that. It's just flowing through the other work that we're doing and some of the organizational changes. So, Dr. Caesar, if you could help respond
Absolutely.
to that.
So the way we're currently set up is we have a standard intake process for fair housing complaints, any complaints that we get related to human rights or civil rights. We would like to open up that process to come through our current admin staff. So they would just call our mainline number and then they could complain that way.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that will now funnel through Human Relations Committee.
So is that already happening?
And through
Then
Pathways
process of
Center,
adding.
correct?
Correct. What we're looking, the reason we haven't rolled that out yet is because we want to frame that up when we make that a community message point and how we're going to potentially structure the staff around that.
Okay.
So we are going to be doing that. We want to roll that out at the point we're ready to send a message.
Thank you.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
quickly,
Oh, yes.
thank you. Could you go back to the slide, Dr. Caesar, that is the kind of requirements to serve on the board? Thank you.
It's training.
So I would be interested in also adding a training requirement that is around race equity. And I think I just think that should be a requirement if you're going to serve on this board. So if there's no objection at the table, then I would like to see that added as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I know we're keeping you very busy because next you have the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board update for us.
Yes.
And actually, if I could, Mayor, while Dr. Caesar is getting that together, I would just like to say thank you to the staff in Human Relations and in the manager's office and in communications. They have worked a lot of long hours to try to turn some of this stuff around, and a lot of the subjects are on the same people. So I do want to say thank you for, I know you're working really hard, and
Thank
your
you.
team. So thank you.
Appreciate it. And my team, wave. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we're switching gears now, and we're going to the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board. On January 24th, Council voted to create a combined board for both Hispanic and immigrant Raleigh residents. And so this presentation is a follow-up to that, outlining the application, the vetting process, other considerations, and then our timeline. The board will be composed of 15 members. So we're going to have co-chairs, a professional co-chair and a community co-chair, a secretary, 6 community members, and 6 professional members. We wanted to define the difference between the two. A community member is an individual who lives and identifies with the Hispanic and immigrant community. And then the professional member is an individual who works for an organization who provides direct service to the Hispanic and immigrant community. Now, we recognize that some residents fall into both of those spaces, so it'll be up to the person applying to select which track, if you will, that they want to select. So the application is up on the city website in English and Espanol. And there are 3 sections to the application. Contact, which is maybe 3 questions, and then the actual meet, which are approximately 5 open-ended questions. And the questions are simple. Please tell us about yourself. What connects you to the Hispanic or immigrant community? What boards do you currently serve on, if any? And then, do you have the capacity to serve 10 to 15 hours per month to complete the requirements of the board? A review team consisting of human relations and community engagement staff will complete the initial review. And what we're looking for is the person's availability to participate. We want to see that folks have a record of serving in the community, leadership experience, particularly for the 2 co-chair roles, and then staff will rank the applications and provide recommendations to council. Council will have access to the full, they'll have options to look at the full list of applications.
Can I just add one thing in there? You know, part of doing this too is the opportunity to build leadership. So there might be people who have not served on a board or commission before. They don't have leadership experience, but this would be a way of building that. So I would just ask that we look at willingness to serve and not just experience.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I agree. When the record of service popped up, I think that's a good requirement to have, but I do think we should maybe set aside a part for folks to be stepping into service sort of as a gateway option.
Yep.
Okay. So the next steps are the application period, which started on March the 1st. The application is active on the website, and again, it is in both English and Spanish. And we're hoping to go 30 days, so up until April the 1st. The staff review period will be from April the 1st through the 15th, so that's 15-day turnaround, and then rankings and applicant pool information to City Council by May the 1st. Okay.
Is that it?
That is it.
Okay. Well, again, I'm going to mention, I would like to see this on our homepage in English and Spanish, as you have done. Again, promoting this, making it easy for people to access that information. So if you could work with our communications staff to achieve that, I think it would be great. Do we have any other comments or questions? No. I just want to thank you for moving this along. We recognize that we did load you up with a lot of work in a short period of time. So thank you to you and your team for helping move this forward. This is really important work. So we appreciate it.
If I could, since we
Councilman
have,
Branch.
I was going to save this until later, but since we have Dr. Caesar, there was a presentation that was given to council in the fall about reshaping the Fair Housing Board, Human Relations, about adding some members and things of that nature. Can that information be provided to this council, as well as did we actually vote to make that change move forward? Are we?
No.
What actions do you need for that to move? And I'm asking this here because it impacts all of the work that you're doing.
Okay.
So we might as well do it all at once.
Got it. So
Dr. Caesar said, what?
Back in May, I made a presentation over all the boards that at that time fell under the Human Relations Commission. So Fair Housing Hearing Board, Substance Use Advisory Commission, Human Relations Commission, and the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities. In that presentation, I made some observations on opportunities for us to improve and to gain more resident support and engagement. So I can make sure that we get that presentation to you all. There was no vote. It was just more of an informational piece at that time.
Okay. So, yeah, if we can receive that, and then I think at some point, I think council needs to act so that, you can do it all instead of keep going back.
Agreed.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Okay, next we have Go Raleigh Bus Shelters.
Skip one, Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, what?
Item number 6.
Oh, geez. The Raleigh Police Department 2019 traffic stop data. Thank you. I'll let you run the meeting. How's that?
You're the mayor.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chief.
Chief, could you pull the microphone down a little bit? Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. Several weeks ago, Councilor Branch asked about traffic stop data, more specifically as it related to interstate and the Beltline. We cannot disaggregate the data to that degree or on that level. However, The plan was originally to come back in June and present an annual report, but since we had 2019 data in its entirety, I thought I would go ahead and present it now, following up with the council members' original requests. Some of you may recall that in May 2019, RTI came before the council, and then we went out to various sections of the community and presented the findings of their study, which was entitled Exploring Racial Disproportionality in Traffic Stops conducted by the Raleigh Police Department. At that time, the report included data from 2010, January through June 2018. As a part of the study, RTI International recommended that the Raleigh Police Department continue to analyze traffic data in the future using their analytical tool STAR, which is an acronym for Statistical Traffic Analysis Report. At that time of the presentation, the Raleigh Police Department committed to analyzing the data on a regular basis. The STAR tool was used to collect the data from all 6 districts, as well as looking at the traffic stop data citywide. Your backup material that you received earlier included specific information regarding the STAR reports, which applied the veil of darkness method and the RTI report. Using this method, the existence of racial bias can be assessed by comparing the racial distribution of stops conducted during daylight and the racial distribution of stops after dark. The parameters in the 2019 traffic analysis are there on the slide. The inner twilight period included 45,115 stops. Correction, the overall original number of stops in the city in 2019 was 45,115. The inner twilight period was actually 6,614 stops, with 2,108 during the daylight and 4,506 during the darkness. The result of the 2000 traffic analysis citywide indicated that, based on statistical significance alone, that the evidence does not suggest the existence of racial disproportionality in traffic stops. The next slide is just a breakdown of the data specific to the original number of stops per district, the numbers used in the analysis itself during both the daylight and darkness. Further analysis per district shows that there was no evidence of disproportionality in the Northwest, no evidence in the Northeast, no evidence in the Southeast, no evidence in the downtown district, and no evidence in the Southwest district. In full disclosure, there was some evidence, initial evidence of disproportionality in the North District. However, as RTI suggested, as they did when they were here before, once you receive the initial data, then you conduct an additional sensitivity test to further delve within that data, which suggests other factors as to that may have driven the results. With one district being an outlier, the North District, the methodology standards were conducted, and based on further analysis, there was no evidence to suggest the existence of racial disproportionality in traffic stops. Further indication revealed that the initial suggestion of disproportionality was actually non-African American motoring population that was overrepresented in this data. I do bring this slide to your attention because it further represents the overall race of motorists that were stopped by the Raleigh Police Department. And race is one factor that is often considered in traffic data. However, I did want to share further information. And while the STAR report did not find any racial disproportionality due to bias, I do believe in some instances that there is a correlation that speaks to this slide as well as the next slide. So what you have here are 2019 maps which indicate traffic stops as well as violent crime. And the main point is the consistency between the two maps. If you notice, they identify those areas where there's a significant number of occurrences both in traffic as well as violent crime. And as you can see, they closely mirror each other. And while there is an intentional effort to ensure the engagement is balanced, often the deployment of resources is dedicated to reducing both crime and violence. Our officers will most likely conduct traffic stops in those areas where violent crime is most likely to occur. And the reduction in violent crime would most likely impact the traffic stop data as well. If we can impact the areas of violent crime and where that is occurring, I believe we will see an impact in the traffic stop data. But as you can see, if one was a transparent overlay, the colors would almost match. So I truly believe that we can do this through the implementation of effective crime strategies and continued efforts in community policing, bridge building, community partnerships to include public and private organizations, neighborhoods, and individuals, enhanced quality of life for all, as well as empowering a community to gain a level of intolerance for violence. Are there any questions?
I just want to say thank you, Chief, for looking into that data and letting us know that it can be pulled out. But also I want to thank you for these last two slides. I think these last two slides help tell another story as far as how crime impacts the police work that you all do. So I definitely want to say thank you for the information.
Any other questions?
Councilor Martin.
Thank you for this. I guess I'm struggling a little bit to understand, and this is on the actual report itself from RTI, that they're claiming that there is no disproportionality, and to your point, the graph that you showed shows a little bit of incongruence. But if you look at Table 4 on page 7 of their report, of all of the traffic stops between those that were black and those that were white, 49% of the traffic stops were of blacks and 48% were of whites. But if you look at the actual race makeup of our city, of the most recent findings, only 30% of our residents are black, whereas almost 60% are white. So there definitely is an incongruence in the data. So I guess my question is, what is the goal of RTI in this study, and what are we trying to get from this, and how is that helping us make decisions at this table?
Are you looking at the report that's dated May 2019?
Let me see.
Which report are you?
This is the March 2019, Exploring Racial Disproportionality in Traffic Stops conducted by the, yeah.
So that data went from 2010 to 2018.
Okay.
So the motoring public is what they look at in their data. So you're right, you're never going to have, I won't say you won't, but the congruence is probably not going to necessarily exist. The goal is that you narrow that number But their study looked specifically at race and bias being a cause of the traffic stops. Their findings was such that it was not race. So in that report, that is where we actually looked even further to, with their assistance, to see if there were specific areas, specific officers, and so forth. But the compilation of data encompasses 8 years in that study.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Okay, thank you, Chief. I understand you'll be coming before us tonight, too, on another matter with...
I think I'm right back up here in a few minutes.
Oh, in a few minutes. Okay.
It's a long day.
So,
The gun
yeah,
rounds.
everybody get ready, because what you'll be coming forward with kind of ties in with this. So, thank you.
So with this, we are an intelligence-led police department that utilizes community policing as our philosophy. So we will continue to analyze our data and report accordingly. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we have the Go Raleigh Bus Shelters. This is a follow-up from the 2016 design competition.
Good afternoon, David Eatman, Department of Transportation. So this afternoon, you said 2016 design competition. Time flies.
Yes,
So,
I remember it very well.
Yes, yes. So today I'm going to go through a bit of history very quickly. We're going to look at the original prototype of that design competition. We'll look at what we're proposing or what's actually on the street currently in a prototype as it exists today. We're going to look at some pricing. We've come up with this, and so we'll look at that compared to our existing shelters. Then we've also conducted a survey, so we're going to look at that survey and see what kind of results we got back from that. So again, 2016, it doesn't seem that long, quite honestly. Time flies. But we did have a design competition, RTA, Raleigh Transit Authority, and we did have competition goals. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but certainly the overarching thing was really bring branding or Go Raleigh branding to our right-of-way. And also think about the customer experience. How can we make that a good experience? Certainly had a selection committee as we went through this process, RTA members, we had Go Raleigh staff members, and certainly we had architects on board as well. Some of the criteria, so certainly design. Is it a design that is favorable to the community? Constructability, as you think of something from scratch, building something from scratch, that can be tough. So we had to take a concept and turn that into something that could be reproduced in mass. Economy, as you do that in mass, is it affordable? And then durability and ease of maintenance, as we have to maintain these facilities in the right-of-way. And our finalist actually was Clark Nexon. Before I go to that slide, this was our original prototype. As you can see, very ambitious, lots of angles. But with this prototype, we did receive some concerns. So this was the favorite amongst everyone that, or the majority of those individuals that looked at several different prototypes as well as many different applicants as we went through this competition. But this particular element did have some things that beyond it being the most favored of all of them, but when you drill down into it, the citizens said, we have some concerns with ADA, visibility, the panels aren't clear, there's not as much cover from rain and the elements, and it has limited seating. So as we thought about those comments and we tried to take this from a concept to a final design that would be placed in the right-of-way, we wanted to improve the wind and rain protection. Certainly make sure it's ADA accessible. Our visually impaired community, when you think about vertical elements, they like things that are 90-degree vertical elements. Things that are at an angle can be challenging for a person with a cane or a visual disability. So we wanted to address those issues. And certainly seating was also of concern, so we wanted to make sure there was adequate seating within the prototype. So we went through final design and engineering, cost verification, again, just making sure that we were on track for a product that would stay within our budget. And then design approval by NCDOT. And so NCDOT's right-of-way unit actually has a product evaluation unit, so everything in NCDOT right-of-way has to be approved. So we did go through that process as well, and we did get approval for this particular model to enter the right-of-way. So final design. This is what's at the North Carolina Museum of Art currently. We have 2 installations. As you can see, many of the things that we had talked about earlier were cleaned up in this particular model of the facility itself, certainly making it ADA accessible. The space beside the bench there is actually for a wheelchair station. It does provide additional protection from the elements. Glass panel was added, as well as visibility. If you actually sit within the shelter and you look left towards an oncoming bus, that panel is very transparent, so you can see everything that is coming your way. And certainly, again, the seating was improved. Before we actually built those 2 prototypes, we went out to see if these were built in mass production, what would that cost, and how is that comparable to our existing shelters? So we actually put it out for 30 units with an option for additional 30 units. Currently, within our backlog of shelters within Go Raleigh, we have 200 units to build, and that is if we go to the 10 boardings per stop standard. So if we were to cover all stops that have 10 boardings a day or greater within our system, we need to add 200 additional shelters. It's actually about 208, but roughly in that 200 range. When you think about that, when we meet that goal, when we meet that goal, and we think that we can be there within 4 years max, hopefully 3, we will have 85% of all of our passenger boardings occurring at a sheltered facility. So that means that 85% will occur at a location with a shelter, or at Go Raleigh Station or Crabtree or Triangle Town Center, where we already have covered transfer facilities. So that's our next benchmark that we're working towards, just kind of as we kind of put this into context of numbers. But these are the costs associated with the units. This translates to about $3,600. If I go to the next slide, difference between our existing shelter and what our standard shelter and to the new prototype. That difference, though, when you think about the difference on a per-site basis, a very small portion of our cost on an ADA accessible facility is actually the vertical element, is the shelter. I'm not saying it's a small amount. The figures that you see there are not small numbers, I agree. But in the grand scheme of the overall shelter cost of nearly $30,000 on average, that's not as large as you would think about in that context. So again, a total custom shelter for Go Raleigh would be $28,300 is what we would actually expect to pay in current market, and our standard shelter would be $24,700. And again, all of that flat work, we run sidewalk, we make it ADA accessible. We try to run sidewalk to the nearest curb cuts, so that we do have full accessibility from all of these sites. That's easy when we're just doing sidewalk connections, but in many locations we actually run some pretty good lengths of sidewalk to ensure that ADA accessibility. Going back to May, we installed the 2 prototypes that you see here. Again, they are at the North Carolina Museum of Art. through this process, after we actually got those 2 shelters installed, as we had talked with council last time, we agreed to go out and get some public comment on the shelters. What are their thoughts? How are they interacting with the facilities? And what do they think about them? As you can see here, we did put that on buses, posted it at the shelters, promoted it on social media, and also a lot of our transportation newsletters that we get out, we made sure that we advertised that. So what did the survey responses reveal about what people thought about the new facilities? I think the first 2 bullets are important. 93% of the responses said, I'm filling out this and I'm very familiar with the existing Go Raleigh standard shelter. 61% said they had used a Go Raleigh standard shelter. So again, out of the responses that we received, 61% that they said they had actually used our existing facilities. Do you like the new look? So that was just an open-ended question. 47% yes and 41% no. Let me take the next one, which is a safety question, and let me nuance that a little bit. It says increased safety. So the way we worded the question, and whether that was correct or not is subjective, but the way we worded the question was, is this shelter safer than our existing shelter? So it was not, is this shelter safe? Is it safer than our existing shelter? I wanted to make that clarification because that can be misleading if you didn't actually or not looking directly at the survey. So is it safer than our existing shelter? Increased safety, 66% said no, and 23% said somewhat. So that doesn't necessarily mean, well, like I say, we probably, in hindsight, maybe could have worded that a little bit better. So that leaves a little bit of vagueness as far as that particular question is concerned. Should we place it in other locations? That's about a 50-50 split, if I'm not mistaken. The remaining percentage points on that were undecided. Seating capacity, 55% just right and 39% too little. When you get an opinion on seating, anything over 50%, in my opinion, is probably pretty good because I think everyone has an opinion on how seating should be placed within a shelter and within right-of-way. That is something that's very tough to gauge reaction, as we've tried many times. And then is rain protection sufficient? 49% said somewhat, 34% said yes. And then there was a smaller percentage out there, I think it was 23%, that actually said no. So they thought that it did not meet that goal. So with that information in hand, what are the next steps that we can actually take? Well, back at the May 7th council meeting of last year, we actually discussed the top 3 bullets. We could conduct a new design competition from scratch for a unique design. But with the experience we have, I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but with the experience we have, we know that that does take an extended period of time. There's many steps. You have to go through design, then engineering and design to make sure it meets NCDOT standards and construction standards. So it can be a lengthy process. Select a new design available via national vendor. So the current shelters we have do exist in open market. So they are a kit of parts per se. There are many kit of parts that are available on the open market. They come in many shapes, materials, and sizes. And so we could look in that existing realm for something that already exists. Keep and expand our existing installations, and that's what our current budgets and our assumptions are that we'll move forward with these existing facilities. And then there's also, a new option that we wanted to make sure that was out there. If individuals really, it sounds like that there's some general support for the shelter, but certainly there's still some concerns. So if we wanted to try this at some select locations, the final one would be where the Raleigh Transit Authority will actually approve locations where they may be context sensitive. What would be the criteria for that? That would be something that staff would work with the Raleigh Transit Authority in order to develop. And we can certainly report those placement criteria back out to council. So, but that certainly is an option as well. With that, though, I'll certainly take any questions.
Okay, first I want to give some background on this.
Yes.
when I was on the council, I actually helped lead the effort through Go Triangle to rebrand Go Triangle, Go Raleigh, Go Durham, Go Cary, Go Chapel Hill. It was a regional effort. It was a very difficult thing to do, but we did it. And the whole goal was to create a look and appearance of a regional system. With that, we also talked with the Raleigh Transit Authority, and we said, you know, with our new brand, what can we do to increase visibility? How can Raleigh as a city be known for great design? Hence the design competition where 20 firms participated in this. So a lot of resources went into making this happen. The third thing, you know, we really said we wanted to improve the Go Raleigh system image in who we were and make it friendlier to get on a bus. So in light of the fact that we have a Wake County Transit Plan that's approved, this has been in the works for 4 years. A lot of thought and intentionality has gone into this. I think not to move forward sends the wrong message to the community about the value of design and the value of our community members who participated in this process, which was initiated by RTA. So I just wanted to give that background. All of you looked at me, so I know all of you have questions. And so I am going to kind of start. You didn't look at me, so I don't.
We'll look at you last.
Okay, you look at Patrick. I saw you, so.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I recently visited a employer in North Raleigh that has about 200 employees, many of which rely on the bus for their daily commute. And this employer commented to me that they desire to see their employees have a more comfortable place to wait for the bus. And frankly, I have to agree with them. Standing by the side of the road, especially a busy road like Falls of the Neuse, with no bench to sit on and no protection from the weather is a dehumanizing experience for the people that depend on the bus for transit. And so they asked about what they could do to help. And so for this employer who offers scholarships to the employees, treats their employees like family, and others like them, could we offer an option to sponsor in whole or in part a custom bus shelter?
We certainly, as long as the shelter meets, if it's in DOT right-of-way, if it meets the DOT right-of-way unit's certification, and it would be deemed reasonable by the Raleigh Transit Authority, I would see no, we've never had an instance where it has been denied, put it that way. We do have some custom, I'm sorry?
I think what he's really saying is, could a business help support installing
this particular unit?
Yes.
My apologies, because we have lots of different things going on.
As opposed to their own design.
Yeah, so we actually do have some businesses sometimes that want to match architecture or other things. I've never seen that denied. I just wanted to make that clarification. Okay. If they wanted to sponsor this, by all means, we do have that process as well. And we would certainly be happy to facilitate that process and work with them to have that installed.
So
Great.
How could we go about that? What mechanisms are in place to allow that?
If it's it depends on the type of donation. Many times we receive facilities in right-of-way as part of a development. So this isn't a part of a development, so this sounds like it would be the receipt of a cash donation or an in-kind contribution for that facility. We would work with them on developing that appropriate cost. Then anything over $5,000 comes back to council for approval for receipt of revenue. And I'm not sure under what format with an agenda that occurs, but we would certainly make sure that occurred appropriately.
Great, that's very helpful. I'll work with the manager's office to get some more details and hopefully be in touch about that with some good news. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next I noticed Councilor Melton.
Yeah, so I just have a question or maybe point of clarification that could maybe help frame the discussion at the table. There has been a lot of conversation online, on Twitter, about the cost of the custom shelter, the cost of the standard shelter. And if you look at just the cost of the upright shelter itself, it looks like it costs 50% more.
Correct.
And so there's a narrative out there that it's 50% more expensive to build and install a shelter that, in my opinion, looks a lot better and helps brand and market our city and our transit system differently. But if you look at the total cost per shelter, including everything you have to do, and you pointed out that the upright piece is the smallest part. From what I understand is the total cost for a custom shelter is $28,300. The total cost for a standard shelter is $24,700.
Those are averages, but that is correct.
So the custom shelter then costs only 8% more to install.
Roughly, that is correct.
Okay, so if I'm looking at 30 shelters, 8% of that is going to be about 2.5 shelters. So for every 30, if we did the standard, we'd be able to install arguably 2 more, 3 more. But if we did the custom, it'll be 2 or 3 less.
That is correct.
Okay, so I think that is how we need to be framing this discussion, because in my opinion, there's been some, I don't think intentional misinformation, but misunderstanding, because if you just look at the upright part, it looks extremely more expensive. So I think we're going to have a discussion at the table about what image we want to put out for our transit system, and whether we want it to be more forward-thinking and quality design. It sounds like we've gotten a lot of feedback on this over the past 4 years, and I hope whatever we do, we make the decision today and we move on from this issue.
All right, Councilor Branch.
My thing is, thank you for those statements, because I think they're right on. When we look at this vendor, Jericho Palm, and these numbers, they're from 2019. And my question is, are they the only vendor, and do we know what the current costs are if we were to go have these built?
So that was the low bid. We did receive multiple bidders when we went out originally. We did contact Jericho Palm for the 2 demonstrations. They built those for roughly the same price, but not exactly, because the pricing there is based on units of 30. Right. So when they buy large quantities of materials, obviously it's much cheaper for them, and they're thinking about labor as well as materials in that cost. Our contact with the vendor states that they will honor that, but we're probably entering, a reasonable time where that would not be available too far in the future.
Right. So in that.
So certainly we would verify that with purchasing. To my knowledge, as long as they honor that, then that should still be okay. But we would want to check on that as well.
And usually, how long are bids good for, from the time we select one to the time we act? Because this has almost been a year.
It generally states within the procurement itself. I would have to check. But again, our verbal discussion with the vendor states that they would honor that pricing currently.
Okay.
That is all subject to verification, obviously. Sorry.
Councilor Martin, then Councilor Stewart.
Thank you so much for this. I think that my hope is that we can, to Councilor Melton's point, embrace the amount of work that's gone into this and move on. I think that what we hear so much from constituents is we want multimodal transportation, we want sidewalks, we want to be able to walk, we want connectivity, and what we also hear is people not always feeling like they know where to ride the bus or where to catch the bus. And so not only does this put us on the map of like, you're not going to miss this bus stop, like you're not going to be able to miss it. You're going to always see where the bus stop is, which is exciting. It also starts to create a sense of place for the bus system. And I think that as we move forward, we have to constantly be thinking in a more open, bold way about how our transportation system is working together in terms of like how it's branded. And I think this gets us there. And I'm really excited to just get this off of our plate and let y'all do what you need to do to make this happen. So I'm all for, supporting this and, the only design adjustment I would look into from my end, and something that I've talked about with folks that do work around the city in this space, are the bars that are on the bench themselves, and the effect that can have on underserved populations that are seeking housing and sometimes are looking for a covered place to sleep when the bus isn't running. But other than that, this is a fascinating project, and I think it needs to move forward. So thank you.
Councilor Stewart.
I'm ready. I want to appreciate Mr. Martin's comments about the defensive design aspect of the bench. To add to Mayor Baldwin's history, back in May when we asked to have the shelters put out at the Art Museum. In part, that was my questioning about, are these more protective from the elements than our existing shelters? I'm not sure that that question has yet been answered, which leaves me feeling a little chagrined that it's taken us this long to get to this point. But what I understand is that you can only protect so much from the elements when you're standing out at a bus stop. But if you have anything further to add, Mr. Eatman, I think that would be helpful to hear.
So I think that the prototype that is at the North Carolina Museum of Art has as much protection as what we would call our slimline shelter. Our slimline shelter has a side which is 3 feet deep. Our full-size shelter has a side which is 5 feet deep. And so I think that those are very comparable. Most of our sidewalk installations currently are probably going to the slim line is what we're actually installing. There is one other issue. There is a gap in the glass of about 8 inches at the top. That is a small design element that can be changed. Just as the seating, that's a small design element that can be changed with a quick little change to the design with the vendor. I don't know if I can't sit here and say what that would cost or if there would be any cost associated with that. But those are small elements that could be changed. But as far as from the elements compared to our existing shelter, I would say very comparable. And then that one space in the rear that is currently not covered could be.
Great. That's very helpful. And I also want to appreciate Mr. Melton's framing of the conversation around budget. So thank you.
Yeah. Can I just add one thing to Councilmember Stewart's point? The standard shelters, if I'm not mistaken, have a glass roof, whereas the custom ones are enclosed. So I agree. I think that they also provide probably more shading for people who are waiting in the shelters.
Okay, we said Mr. Knight last, but we have Councilor Cox who wanted to say something. So I'm promising, I'm giving you last place. How is that? Okay, Councilor Cox.
How many shelters will we be building total?
So it depends upon action today, but if we go back to the actual Jericho Palm contract, this contract has not been approved by council for execution at this time. I'm assuming that that could be done today, or we could bring it back as a council item at the next meeting. But we could, there's 2 options here. You can award the original 30 with an option for 30, or you could do a variation of just the 30. But as you can see, the first 30, you see the figure there with a per unit cost, and then the option is for an additional 30. So currently our bidding goes up to 60 units.
60, and but you had mentioned something about 200, the need for 200?
That is correct. So our current programming has 200 facilities in the pipeline. We have 100 that are either under construction or in design currently, and the remaining 100, just as soon as we get those, all of those under some form of bidding for construction, we'll go ahead, well, actually, we'll start design, quite honestly, on that next 100 pretty soon, because we actually have part of that initial 100. I think we have 25 to 30 units that were just awarded for bid. Awarded for construction. So we're moving right along.
Okay. So my concern is that even though it's only 8%, it's still $3,600 difference per shelter. And for 30 shelters, that's $108,000. And for 60 shelters, that's $216,000. To me, that's a sizable amount of money. And for that reason, I would be more than willing to support the standard shelter. And so that would be what my position would be.
Okay. Last but not least.
Yes, always. Thank you. And I think as Councilor Stewart can tell you, and Mayor Meeker back when he was mayor, that this has long been an issue for me, is the sheltering of our bus users. And so I'm excited that we're at the point to make a big leap forward in that respect. I think as Councilor Bufkin has said, this is the least a human dignity issue. It may even be a human rights issue. And so it's one very important for us to take and move forward on. I'm glad we've gotten to this point. I think we do need to move forward with what we have in front of us, and then we can make adjustments along the way that certainly to move forward as quickly as possible to add those next 100 and get at least up to the 85% as soon as possible that will be covered by shelter. So thanks for that. And with that, I will make a motion if it's okay with the mayor.
Of
Okay,
course.
sir. So I will move to approve the contract for the first 30 shelters, and then approve the option of moving forward with the second 30 shelters.
And to clarify, that's for the custom shelters.
For the shelters being brought in front of us, I guess they're called the custom shelters.
Second.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just going to ask a question. Do we want to incorporate some of the design elements that we talked about, the bars on the seating and then the extra glass?
I feel like we've given direction, and I don't want to be overly prescriptive. That would
Look,
be my...
just look at that. How's that?
We will.
Okay. We have a
Thank you.
motion and a second, correct? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I would very much like to support the standard shelters, but since this is the motion, I vote no.
Okay. That passes 7-1. All I'm going to say is hallelujah. It's finally happened 4 years later. Thank you. And I want to thank, if there's any RTA members here, I want to thank you because this has been a long process. I also want to thank all the designers who participated in the competition, and I'm sure that the winners are going to be very excited to see this shelter being commissioned throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and if any companies or businesses want to help with this, we are more than happy to work with
We
them.
can facilitate that process all day. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Definitely, and I concur, Madam Mayor. I would say if any businesses want to help purchase this, the cost difference between what we decided is 4 shelters. I did the math sitting here back and forth. So if we can find 4 sponsors, where those are covered.
There might be some people who would be happy to have a little logo placed on there or something. You never know. Could get creative here.
Citric Cycle, what?
I'm sorry, what?
Citric Cycle, what?
Thank you, everybody. All right, next is a preliminary resolution on the two-thirds general obligation bond sale, which you discussed in a work session last week.
Right. Mayor and Council, just wanted to see if you had any questions. This is the formal resolutions to move forward with the debt issue associated with the two-thirds bonds. You may note we did include the adjustment as directed from the work session for the additional $4.9 million for transportation improvements. There was a lot of discussion about different uses of that, so what we would suggest is your approval today would authorize the debt sale to move forward under transportation improvements, and then as a part of your upcoming capital investment program, you would define that a little bit more specifically. So it just gives you options on how you want to do that. Staff is here to answer any available questions, looking for your support and approval.
I move for approval of our two-thirds bond data presented before us.
Second.
So Councilor Martin had to step out for a minute, so he is excused. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have 2 items on your agenda plus a third item that I'd like to mention today. The first is, again, Chief Deck Brown and her team coming forward to talk about gun violence prevention. If you noted, we talked about that last month. We're talking about it again, and then we're going to talk about it again. So this is something important for us. And today, I'd just like to say thank you to the Raleigh Police Department and their communications team. Consistent with their gun violence strategy, they're looking at ways to try to engage the public in this particular topic. And so I believe the chief has some videos that we're going to use to do that. So Chief Deck Brown.
I do. Thank you. Before we actually introduce the videos, what I do want to say is that what you will see is multiple videos today. It's actually 4 of them, but it really does speak to the partnerships, the collaboration, the desire to ensure that our city is safe, and really looking at more innovative ways of how we push that message out and how we further the narrative as it speaks to safe, vibrant, and healthy communities. The partnerships, we do have a few of our partners here today, and so at some point I'll recognize them as well, because we really could not have done the heavy lifting without so many of them present. First of all, speaking about the Raleigh Police Department's firearm violence reduction strategy, we have come before the council with different initiatives, but really trying to keep this message in the forefront of some of the prevailing issues that we are dealing with, and not just us, but we're seeing this across the country. So today, we're actually rolling out 3 public safety announcements that call on the community to join in the effort to prevent gun violence. The first 2 I will show were actually filmed at the Martin Luther King Jr. Gardens. I think it's a very appropriate place as we talk about gun violence and recognizing how he lived and died as it relates to nonviolence and those issues. Not only were these spots produced in partnership with the community, but they also will feature members of the community in the background. They will further show the community side by side with the Raleigh Police Department. So we'll start with the first 15-second video. When people come up to me in the community and ask me, who can prevent gun violence? As the chief of the Raleigh Police Department, the answer is simple. I can. You can. We can. So very simple, but a very strong message attached to it. The 30-second PSA really showcases our community accepting the charge to help prevent gun violence, and I believe there'll be a few familiar faces in this one. As chief of the Raleigh Police Department, reducing gun violence is the responsibility of every man and woman on the police department, and me.
And me. And me.
And me.
And me.
And me.
And us.
Sí podemos.
And us.
The third, and thank you, Mayor. The third PSA really does speak to the life of a gun. I know that's an unusual title, but that is the story that we see on the backside of the police investigations more often than one can imagine. This is, and you saw young folk in the other 2 videos, but this video actually speaks, I think, to the work done by a number of young folk. Their voice, their heart, their intellect, and their talent, I think, really resonates in this particular video. The Life of a Gun was written, produced, directed, and edited by Miss Ellie Bardis. Let's stand up. Just to say a little bit about Ellie, she is a student at Enloe High School, and the energy behind this video really speaks to what can happen when a firearm, so there's 2 issues, when a firearm is taken from an unlocked vehicle. The video is a result, there again, of our partnership with Enloe and the young folk and staff at Enloe as well, in helping us to spread the word as it relates to gun violence prevention. So we'll see that one. So we are clearly and very grateful. There again, a very powerful message, and I'm very grateful for Ellie and the team for taking on this challenge. I think she did an extraordinary job, and we're proud to include this video as part of our firearms violence reduction strategy. But I also want to take a moment to acknowledge members of the team that helped create this PSA, and some of them are here. So I'd like to ask them to stand. Ellie Bartis, of course, faculty advisor, Mr. Bill Notar Nicola. Other actors in the PSA, Ronan Moore, Travis Turner, Elijah Edwards, and I want to say thanks to the support of Ellie's mom, Miss Patricia Bartis as well. So thank you all. Still in line with partnerships and the support that we do have from the community in solving crime and bringing cases to closure. The fourth PSA was actually released a little earlier by Crime Stoppers, but I did want to share this PSA with you and others here today, and also speak to there again. It's a partnership, and the partnership here is really about getting those tips in when then incidents do happen, because it affords us to solve those crimes. And this particular video was actually generously produced at no cost by Preferred Digital Solutions and Speedwell Films, and it features who just got promoted Saturday. He's a lieutenant in the video. Lieutenant Rico Boyce at the time is now promoted. But it encourages the community again to call on Crime Stoppers with tips in order to help us solve the cases. This is a 1-minute video, and I would like to ask members of Crime Stoppers, if they are still here, to please stand. So we'll show that one.
Hello, I'm Lieutenant Rico Boyce with the Raleigh Police Department. For years, Raleigh Police and Raleigh Crime Stoppers have partnered together to provide community members with an opportunity to help Raleigh PD keep our city safe. By providing information to Raleigh Crime Stoppers, you are making our city one of the best places to live. And your information is 100% anonymous. Here's how it works. When you call Raleigh Crime Stoppers, you will get a tip number. That tip number is the only way that you will be identified. Your tip will then be forwarded to a detective who will work the case. If your information leads to an arrest, you might get paid at the conclusion of the case. Only thing missing is for you to call 919-834-4357 and provide 100% anonymous information. Please call. We're waiting for your tip.
So you may have noticed that in 3 of those videos, they feature a link, Raleigh PD and me. And on the city's webpage, there's a new page on the city's website that actually features information specifically about gun violence reduction and how residents can help prevent gun violence. And it also measures or allows the community to go to this site and seek additional information. This page is yet another tool in this strategy, and it will actually go live. I'm sorry, it actually went live yesterday. So different areas that you can click on, which will provide additional information, as you can see there, as it relates to educating our kids on gun safety, properly securing firearms in your home. And a lot of this may seem very practical and simple, But unfortunately, this is how some guns, unauthorized by the owner and possessor at the time of the crime, do get into the hands of those individuals. So the PSAs are featured on the website, and they will air on RTN and will be pushed out on social media as well. We will encourage others as they click onto these to repost these videos. We also will be disseminating them to the media through releases as well, thus announcing the rollout of these PSAs with links to each of the videos and information on this particular web page. When we launched the firearm violence reduction strategy in 2018, and it would be great if we were at a point where we didn't need the strategy anymore. However, when we launched it, we did disseminate a variety of information at that time, and so what you're getting today is a basic card that speaks to some of those same tips that would be available on the website as it relates to preventing gun violence. Any questions?
I just have one. As far as the
Council
cards,
Branch.
will they be at our community centers? Or could we work to have them placed at community centers?
This is not the first rollout of those cards, so they
Okay.
have been placed at the community centers and other locations that we could make
Okay.
sure they're in the hands of our greater community.
Thank you.
Chief, I just want to thank you for this effort. And, you know, people often ask what keeps me up at night. This is what keeps me up at night. So thank you, Ellie, for the job you did. My daughter went to Enloe. Special place in my heart. And so thank you to everybody who participated and all the partners.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, next item.
Yes. So, thank you, Mayor and Council. Next item, guidelines for staff support. So this is a follow-up to the conversation, some conversation we had at a previous meeting with regards to the use of staff at various council-related meetings. One of the things that we suggested is maybe to bring back to you a list of written guidelines. And the purpose here is really not to institute a set of rules or to try to figure out every set of instances that we may wish to work together on how the council members would like to engage and work with the public. Really, this is a way of trying to manage our workload as well as make sure that we're treating all the council members equitably and fairly and managing that time effectively. So what you have before you is a draft, but we are certainly happy to make adjustments and get all on the same page. So with that, I'll ask Lou Bonapane, our Chief of Staff, to lead the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lou Bonapane, City Manager's Office. The guidelines that you have in front of you that were sent out with the agenda materials, they represent in written form some of the informal practices that staff has been following for the last approximately 5 years or so. When community meetings or constituent type meetings are requested by the council members. One of the things we're trying to accomplish with guidelines is to balance the availability of staff resources and staff time with existing workloads. Another goal is to ensure that all council members are treated equitably, fairly, and equally when they want to have meetings out in the community and they want to request the support of city staff. So what we're talking about here is essentially 3 different types of meetings. We get some definition to that. The first being a town hall meeting. That is you are hosted by the elected official with full support of city resources. That includes facility, it includes publicity in advance, it includes presentations by staff. Normally when we've had these town hall meetings, there have been presentations from one or more departments or divisions of departments that were given to in conjunction with the council member for the benefit of those in attendance. The second type of meeting we're defining are what we call community or district meetings. And these are meetings that are called by one of the council members and generally do not involve direct city staff at any point. The difference here is there is the use of city facilities. So generally these are held in a community center or another parks and recreation facility. And then finally, there's other constituent meetings, and we'd categorize these as any other community-based meeting that's not involving a council member or an elected official. Another aspect of these guidelines is to pay attention to political activity, because political activity by city employees while they're on the job is prohibited. So these guidelines assist us in ensuring that we're achieving that outcome. Constituent meetings in the guidelines as defined should focus on the exchange of information and ideas and should not be subject to characterization as either a political rally or a campaign event. And so for that reason, and again, something we've been had in practice for the last 5 years or so, is during the municipal election period, we have what we've called a blackout period. That's defined as 30 days prior to the first day of the filing period for the municipal election through the last scheduled day of a municipal election. And so therefore, incumbents who are running for election may not receive complimentary use of city-owned facilities or avail themselves of city staff to help with constituent-type meetings during what we've called the blackout period. So some of the general practices that we've defined here in the guidelines is we would ask that council members to publicly announce any planned constituent meetings that they intend to host, and that should occur during a regularly scheduled city council meeting. And the announcement should include the meeting date, time, and location. The guidelines also propose a limitation on the number of meetings in order to balance staff workload. So we are proposing, but subject to discussion, limiting town hall type meetings to 4 events per year per elected official during the municipal election year. And in the alternate year, a total of 6 town hall meetings per council member per year. In the alternative, these community or district meetings can be called by the elected officials at their discretion. Again, generally do not involve city staff, time, or resources, but those could take place and generally have taken place in the past in a city facility. The staff support that is available for town hall type meetings includes assistance with the logistics of securing meeting space, advanced publicity, which are handled by the communications department, prepare information for use by the council members to share at the meetings, coordinate with city staff to make any presentations, to attend meetings, and to follow up on any questions or concerns that come up during the course of a town hall meeting. We would ask that council members try to give a 30-day notice when you desire to have a town hall meeting, and that's to assist staff with developing the agenda, securing location, and other logistics. For the community or district type meetings, staff support, of course, more limited. We'd be happy to assist with advanced publicity for the meeting. Council members would be responsible for their own agenda, coordination of their own speakers, and recording of any follow-up items. And finally, some information on locations and city facilities is provided in the guidelines that were in the agenda materials. You can read those, and with that concludes my remarks, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Buffkin?
One comment and a question for a little bit of clarification. So on page 1, where we define the meeting types, and in the community or district meetings bullet, it states that these meetings are hosted by an elected official without utilizing city staff or resources beyond identifying the meeting site or facility. But then down in page 3, in describing community or district meetings, we talk about staff maybe doing a little more, communications department, helping out with press release and public notice of the meetings. So I think I understand the role of staff in those community meetings, but it might be helpful to note that staff involvement related to publicity, communications on the first page.
Yes.
So that's just a suggestion, I think provides some clarity. And
Don't disagree.
Thank you. And then maybe a question for you, Mr. Bonapane or Mr. Hall. You're probably aware that the mayor is having meetups in every city council district, and later today I'm going to announce the first of these meetings in District A. This is more of a social, we are going to a local coffee shop to meet people where they are, hear what's on their minds, share what we're working on here at City Council. So if I'm understanding this right, I think that probably falls in the community or district meeting category. Could you provide a little bit of a response around that and how you picture that meeting working and where it falls in these guidelines?
Sure, Councilmember Buffkin. I actually would say it would not. So I think that the meeting you described, which is not taking place in a city facility and is not utilizing any staff, actually doesn't fall within the parameters of the guidelines that we're trying. Now, we could adjust the guidelines to address that, but I would say right now, what you've described and the way those meetups have been described, I would say would fall outside the parameters of the guidelines.
No city staff is involved, except for helping set up. So for those of you who might be curious, we're going to do a meeting in each district, and then we will do a meeting with each at-large counselor at the location of your choice, and we'll do those on a monthly basis, just so we're out in the community talking to people. We start with District A, then go to B, C, D, E, 2 at-large. So this is something that a policy analyst can help set up, but no staff will be involved, and we come back, we bring notes or whatever we would like to share with the council.
I was going to say I feel left out, but thank you for
It's
including
more outreach. Well, we'll get to you.
Councilmember Stewart and I we're glad. Thank you.
So if I could just help clarify that it could be from the standpoint of to what extent does the council staff office help to set it up or put something out in publicity or things like that. Then it would kind of fit more into a constituent meeting. I guess the initial way, it depends on how it's framed. Either way is not a problem from the standpoint of if the council members and the mayor do that on your own, you advertise it yourself, you're doing that on your own, staff's not involved, that's what doesn't fit into the guidelines. If you have the policy analyst help reserve the space, and we're going to send out a notification, you announce it at the table, then it is more similar to a constituent meeting. Does that make sense? It has to do with the staff contribution to the event.
So I think that would fall more under a community meeting, but with no staff involved.
Okay, that's helpful guidance. I appreciate that, and I look forward to providing more details later today. Thank you.
Got a question, just a clarification, maybe being overly lawyerly, but under general practices, well, you have the three defined, I guess you'd say, terms, correct? Okay. And then under general practices, you have the first sentence, council members shall publicly announce any constituent meetings. If you go back up, I don't think you mean any constituent meetings, but if you look at the definition of other constituent meetings, those are just those daily meetings we may have with an individual or a group. But this does say any constituent meetings have to be, and that's, you don't want to cover all constituent meetings. You're really covering the first two or just the first one?
Yeah.
The town hall or the community or district meetings.
And I think there's a few other places that you have sort of just broadly saying constituent meetings, which I think does need to be narrowed to specifically what kind of meeting you're talking about. Okay.
We can do that.
Okay, thanks.
That was one of the clarifications I was going to ask for, just to, you request those 3 meetings in advance before the council. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I have a couple of things. First off, I would ask that when we hire a consultant on community engagement, that he or she work with us on these guidelines to ensure that we are following best practices, and he or she might have some ideas about how we can outreach in a more effective way. So I would first off make that note. Second, zoning text changes in cases need to follow the UDO. So I would specify in that, in the policy or the guidelines, that zoning and text change cases are their own animal and need to follow the UDO. And the third thing I was actually shocked to see that you could have 6 town halls per person and then 4 per person or per counselor and mayor per year. That's 48 meetings. That's a lot of meetings for staff time. My suggestion would be that we limit the town halls to 2 per year. I think that is more reasonable in terms of balancing staff and resources. So that's my suggestion, if there's any feedback.
Yeah, I mean, I'm agreeable to that as well, because I think in my going into the 5th year being on council, I know I've held one. I think some other counselor out of D had one, but there hasn't been a lot. So I think starting with 2, and then if we need to make adjustments or changes, we can bring that back to the council. But I think reducing it to just keep it 2 per year is probably a good fit.
Okay. Councilor Martin?
I hear that concern. 48 does seem like a lot of meetings for staff to attend. Also realizing that as being a new member of the council and being in a year where we're working to pass 3 bonds, and while I'm also aware that staff can't advocate for bonds, but they could help provide the actual policies that we're working towards, that it's advantageous for me as a new counselor to make sure that my constituents are getting the best and most clear information possible. So I don't know if, at least for this year, if we could do 3 or 4 so that, over the next few months I can, and then after the bond has been passed, I follow up to say, here's what actually happened. So I've mapped out, as well as Councilor Buffkin, having 4 for the year, and that was all around the bond schedule, was how I was thinking about it. It was just keeping my folks kind of up to date, because I don't want people to say, oh, well, Sage said this, and then it's not correct. So that was kind of my thinking on it, and then we could go to 2 in a non-election year, but that's, I don't know how the other district reps feel, but.
So for bonds, we all have to be very careful about advocacy in that regard. That's why we have an advocacy committee with the Chamber of Commerce. What has often happened in the past is that advocacy committee meets with different groups throughout the neighborhood, and then we'll invite the district counselor or whomever
Could
to
they
attend.
work with the district rep to attend that meeting?
So that's what I would ask, is that has been my experience in the past. When they hold a meeting in your district or whatnot, you attend that, because there's a line between advocating and informing.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah. So that's been my experience.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Cox?
Okay.
So I do think 6 town halls is too many. Perhaps 2 is too few. I agree with Councilor Martin that maybe somewhere in the middle would be good. Maybe 3 or 4, maybe 3. It would be a good compromise. And
How about
so
if
I'd
we
throw
do
that out
this?
as a
How about if we do
proposal.
2 meetings, but if somebody requires a 3rd, you just come before council and inform us. And then if we need to make adjustments, we can.
Well, I kind of like to think that we take the. Okay, that's reasonable.
Anybody else have anything? Okay, so do you need a vote from us on this? This is a policy or guideline?
I think it would be helpful for the council to vote on the guidelines, and if you're comfortable with the feedback you've given us today, you can do that, or we can rewrite it and bring it back, whichever your pleasure. But we would like some formal direction. That would be helpful.
So we can vote with the requested amendments that of, I think there was a couple here and the mayor had one, and so we can do it that way?
So I'll just reiterate, just change town hall, community, and district meetings. All 3 of those have to come, if you want staff, a request in advance before city council, and not have it be any constituent meeting. The second would be ensuring that zoning and text change cases follow the UDO and are not included in this policy guideline. Limit the town halls to 2 per year, but have the option of coming forward before council for additional request. And again, ask the consultant to advise on this to ensure best practices and potentially bring forward new ideas for engagement in our community.
And I would, if I could, Mayor, I would add, I think both Mr. Buffkin and Mr. Knight had some language edits, that clarity edits that would be in
That
there.
was the.
Is that the first one?
That was, yeah, the request in advance before council, not just any constituent meeting, those specific meetings.
I got you. Okay.
Is that, Mr. Buffkin, did I miss anything from you?
No.
Okay, Mr. Cox?
Yes, just to be clear, people come to my district meetings that I've held in the past, and they talk about all manner of topics. And I want to be clear that even though we follow the UDO for planning for rezonings and text changes, I'm not going to restrict people from having discussions about zoning cases or text changes at my district meetings.
No.
I think that would be an infringement on freedom of speech.
No, that's not what this means. This just means following the UDO. So, yeah.
Okay.
Are we good? Got that? Thank you. Okay, would anybody like to make a motion to approve with the items that we've discussed?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you for your work on this and for your patience, council members, as we kind of made our way through these guidelines. I think we came to a good conclusion, so thank you.
So, Mayor and Council, I have one additional item I wanted to mention, and thank you to Mr. Bonapane and his outstanding council staff for helping us work through all that. So one additional item is not on the agenda. I did want to just take a moment to speak briefly to the coronavirus situation and how there's a lot of discussion going on in various communities, not only in Raleigh, but obviously nationally and globally. And so I just wanted to make a few comments in general and then be happy to answer any questions. All of us in the community is sensitive to things that occur larger than just within the city of Raleigh, and so there's been a lot of news media coverage recently, and there's a lot of questions. Folks are talking to their friends and family about that particular issue. You've noticed that it's now made its way to the United States, and now local governments across the country in different spots are struggling with that or dealing with it, responding to it. We don't have any known cases in Raleigh or in this area at this point, but the city continues to monitor this as an evolving situation. What's really important from the staff perspective is that we want you to know that we are taking it very seriously and we are prepared. That preparation involves working with our key partners locally about what that might mean. So we look to guidance and advice from different partners. So obviously we pay very close attention to the Centers for Disease Control, the CDC, our local partners such as Wake County Public Health and North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, who in this type of event take a really strong lead, and the city provides support and assistance as best we can to help manage that plan together. So we work really closely with these partners and would do so at a greater level should a public health situation arise. We are taking some initial precautionary measures. I'll just mention them. Some of our phone calling now into our 911 emergency response center, we're asking questions about whether or not folks have traveled overseas recently to make sure that we are prepared in terms of our first responders. We are, as an organization, we're emphasizing clean workspaces and clean buildings as a part of that, of our own goals with our employees and residents. We're pushing out more hand sanitizer locations. We're sending out information about best practices, about making sure we don't spread viruses. And we are currently undergoing several scenarios associated with what's called business continuity or continuity of operations. We have some plans already in place for that. We're refreshing them, and we're having some internal meetings ourselves to talk about how we're doing that. This afternoon, or this morning before the meeting, we've sent multiple pieces of information to all of our employees. I sent an email this morning re-emphasizing that and giving our employees instructions about how to manage that and where to go within the organization to get more information. So there's lots of information on websites about how to not to spread the virus. I'm not going to go through that here. But all I wanted to say, particularly to the council, is that as an organization that is responsible for all types of public events, we are ready to try to respond to that and whatever it may evolve into. I will say at this point, our main message is for folks to stay calm and to think thoughtfully about what we're really talking about here. I think there is some activity in some of the media situation that is currently outpacing our reality, but that could change, and we are going to be ready for that. So I just wanted to pass that along, and also to say thank you to our employees for being ready to help respond to this in any way we can. So with that, that's the end of my report. I just wanted to leave you with that comment.
I think that's very timely. I actually had a meeting this morning with Secretary Cohen from the Department of Health and Human Services, and her message was similar to what you just said. It was, don't panic, don't ignore, be prepared. Wash your hands
Right.
for 30 seconds, and keep your hands away from your eyes. Disinfect spaces with bleach, but just don't panic. Again, don't ignore. I mean, I know where I work, we've had discussions about how we would handle this, and what we would need to do with, like, working remotely and whatnot. I think those are the discussions that people should be having. But on the other hand, we don't want to panic, and that just creates hysteria. So, I commend you for moving ahead and looking at this in a forward-thinking way. And, hopefully we will not have to deal with a major epidemic. So, all right, on that note, we will go to the report and recommendation of the Historic Resources and Museum Advisory Board, the Latta University Historic Park Master Plan.
Good afternoon. My name is Claire Bass, and I am the Vice Chair of the Historic Resources and Museums Advisory Board. I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of the Historic Resources and Museums Advisory Board in support of the Latta University Historic Park Master Plan. On November 20th of 2019, the master plan was presented to our board, and on January 22nd, the HRM Advisory Board unanimously approved this master plan and recommended it be presented to City Council for approval. It is the hope of the HRM Advisory Board that the Council will approve this plan, and that the Latta University Historic Park project will continue to be recommended for inclusion on the 2020 Parks Bond. I would like to introduce Emma Lyles. She's park planner with the City of Raleigh Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department and has managed the master planning process. We really appreciate Emma's enthusiasm and dedication to the project and look forward to the future of the Latta University Historic Park. Emma?
Thanks. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. In this presentation, I'm going to go over the project background, the master plan development, and our next steps. So Reverend Latta was born enslaved at Fishdom Plantation, but after emancipation, he became one of Shaw University's first graduates. He then went on to found Latta University in 1892, and it operated for 30 years. At its height, it had 26 buildings and 1,400 students, and focused on teaching trade skills as well as a more classic education. After it closed down in 1922, a lot of the property of the university was sold off, but Reverend Latta's house remains standing until 2007. It then unfortunately burned down, but that led the 2-acre property to then be deeded to the city as a park project, or park property. And then in 2010, it was designated as a Raleigh Historic Landmark. Go on. So Ladder University was within Oberlin Village. It was one of Raleigh's first freedmen communities. Over the years, though, there's been a lot of development in the area, and descendants of the original villagers worked with the city to designate the area as a historic overlay district. And the Ladder University Historic Park is within this district right there. Currently, the site is mostly undeveloped. There is a historic well, though, that is currently capped, and I did mark on this map to show where the Ladder House used to stand. In the picture in the top right, you can see in the center of the site there's a large grassy field where the house used to stand, and much of the site has mature hardwood trees that create a really nice canopy cover. You can see that in the bottom right picture. So we started the park planning process in October 2018 with a situation assessment. This included an inventory and analysis of the site, a preliminary community engagement survey, some stakeholder interviews, and the formation of our citizen planning committee. The situation assessment was approved by City Council in February 2019, and then we started our community engagement phase. We met regularly with the citizen planning committee. We held public input open houses, and we also did some tabling outreach at various events. We had a total of over 20 different touch points with the community over this 9-month process. We then started the master plan approval process in November of last year. Since the site is a Raleigh Historic Landmark and within the Oberlin Village Historic Overlay District, we went through recommendation to City Council with the Historic Resources and Museum Advisory Board, and we also obtained a certificate of appropriateness from the Raleigh Historic Development Commission. So what you see here is the master plan that we developed with the Citizen Planning Committee and with the public. One of the main features of the site is an educational walking path. It's a 6 to 8 foot accessible path that forms a loop on the site that has historic signage along it. It connects the Parker Street entrance to the Tower Street entrance. The master plan also is going to designate the Parker Street entrance as the main site entrance and do some enhancements there, including putting our typical park signage. There's also 3 pieces of creative and interactive historic interpretation on the site, one at each entrance and one by the capped historic well. There's also in the southeast corner of the site an interpretive pavilion that will be used to showcase exhibits and provide an outdoor classroom for visiting school children. And there's also going to be an outdoor patio kind of near the center of the site. This is already an area where people naturally congregate on site, so the patio can help facilitate those everyday gatherings, but also provide a stage and electricity for larger historic events that happen on site, such as the Ladder Day Festival. The master plan also includes improving the outline of the Ladder House with some inset gravel or pavers. And lastly, the master plan includes a succession planting plan to help maintain that nice canopy cover on the site. So we worked with the Citizen Planning Committee and the public to separate out the site elements of the master plan into a phase 1 and future phases. We're hoping to accomplish with phase 1 is getting some items on the ground to help people be able to interact with the history of the site, getting that educational walking path, enhancing the outline of the house, and enhancing that site entrance off of Parker Street. Future phases will include some of those more big ticket items like the pavilion, the patio, and the creative and interactive historic signage. We have approximately $80,000 currently available in the CIP budget for phase 1 implementation. This will include design and construction, and we're hoping to continue to work with the community by having work days out at the park to help with some of the invasive removal and succession plantings. Pending approval by City Council, we're hoping to roll straight into schematic design. Hope to finish that up by the end of the year, start 2021 off by completing some permitting and bidding, and hopefully start construction next year. Any questions?
Council Branch?
Thank you for this information presentation. I had the privilege of going to our city museum that had a lot of information about Ladder University and everything at that time. So I definitely want to say thank you for your work and what you're doing.
Any other questions?
Just a brief comment, if I may. I've seen some of this before as a former member of the Parks Board, and this is a really exciting development. I'm glad to see this moving forward. We have such a rich history in Raleigh, and I'm pleased that we're honoring and celebrating it like this.
Do we have a motion to approve then?
I move for approval.
Do we have a
Second.
second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a report and recommendation of the Appearance Commission.
Good afternoon. I'm Carter Pettibone with Planning and Development, and I'm here to introduce our Chair of the Appearance Commission, Brandy Thompson. We have the annual report from 2019 and the 2020 work program, and she's going to run through it and just ask any questions.
All right, good afternoon. Thanks
Good
for
afternoon.
having me. All right, so the Appearance Commission is a council-appointed group of design professionals, architects, landscape architects, urban designers, engineers, and related professionals that we really care about great design and how residents engage with the environment around them. We see our primary role as stewards of the public realm, serving as the voice for the city to hold developers, owners, and designers accountable for how the project impacts the microcosm of the city. So does the project improve its neighborhood, or does it create detrimental impacts that can be prohibited? So we offer design guidance on behalf of the city to help mitigate negative impacts of large-scale developments, to improve pedestrian access and the pedestrian experience. And through the design review of many projects, we also help to identify potentially problematic development trends so that the city can get ahead of them with policies that ensures that our city grows in healthy ways. The Appearance Commission, let me get there. All right. Carter, I'm going to need your help. Sorry. Just do it this way. Perfect. All right. So we currently have 2 working groups. The Design Advisory Group, here's our administrative alternate cases. We review special projects of high impact or high importance, and we review city area and corridor plans, and we also conduct courtesy reviews. We also have Promote, which is basically a design advocacy group that holds the Sir Walter Raleigh Awards. We also do educational kind of outreach efforts with different lectures and things and partnerships within the city with similar interest groups. So this past year, we reviewed 31 total alternate cases, and over half of those were for transparency and build to. We also saw a lot of building massing cases. We did 8 courtesy reviews, and there were 4 city-initiated project reviews. And this past year, we noticed a couple of trends in the development. First of all, there's been a lot larger projects that we've seen coming through, and several of them were involving inward-facing developments, similar to the kind of the News and Observer site, at least the first design that we reviewed for it, which creates really lovely pedestrian ways through the center of blocks. But the unfortunate side effect is that sometimes it pushes the less desirable pieces out to sort of the public realm and the city streets. A lot of times the loading and the refuse areas are located kind of adjacent to parking drive entrances, and ultimately the pedestrian safety is compromised.
Brandy, just so you know, they've changed the design.
Excellent. That's wonderful. So we're relieved to hear that. But it is a trend that we're noticing with other projects as well. It was not only limited to that one. Another trend that we've noticed, and it makes sense with larger scale developments, is this parking podium. A lot of times floors 2 through 5, 6, 7, will be essentially parking decks. And most of the time they're not screened, at least what we've seen are not screened with program or active uses. We just end up with essentially metal screening. And it looks great in the daytime. You can kind of see an example with the Dillon. But at night, when the screens are backlit from the parking lot or parking deck lighting, they're invisible. So you know, as you begin to imagine multiple buildings like this throughout the city, kind of side by side, there's going to be a pretty unattractive dead zone in the pedestrian way that we think will negatively impact people's experience in the city. Let's see. All right, so we also talked a little bit about the Sir Walter Raleigh Awards. We had a fabulous party. I know some of you were able to attend, so thank you for that. And that's just really where we celebrate good design in the city. We have fun, and we want to make sure that we give an attaboy when it's merited. This year, we also initiated a legacy project. It was a first for the Appearance Commission, so it's where we basically partner with a group or organization and provide some financial support for something great that they're doing. All right, and this leads me to our 2020 work program. And I'm sure you guys are aware that the administrative alternate process, as we have known it, is changing. The Appearance Commission has been reviewing those cases for maybe 6 years now, and I think those are going to be moving to the Planning Commission. So, you know, as a member of the Appearance Commission, as a member of probably the only design review body within the city, I just want to take a minute to say how important design review really is to our city. We are the only design accountability for developers to leave the public realm better than they found it. And, you know, previously the commission was asked to study a review process for what we called at the time high impact, high visibility projects. And basically they were just allowing an additional review process for projects of a certain size or scale that were located in the urban core and along BRT lines. We studied this review process and compared it to several peer cities, and we crafted a process that we believe could benefit how the public realm is shaped by future developments. The last council chose to set the study aside, but we believe it is still critically important, especially with the rapid growth of our city. So the commission would like to ask permission to study this again and to report back to council with some ideas for how we can incorporate a design review process for the largest scale projects in our urban core. We would also ask to have an increased role in city project review. We just want to ensure the vibrancy of the public realm, even in our city projects, and set that bar high with the projects that we put our name to. And also, we'd like to be able to study some UDO text changes. Ultimately, when we see trends coming through with our design review process, we would love to be able to bring those to everyone's attention and just, you know, get people thinking about it so we can get ahead of it and not end up with unfortunate side effects in the city. And we welcome the opportunity, of course, to continue supporting the council with any special projects or any tasks that you might have for us to study and support you in. So. Also, the Promote Group would like to just continue to elevate the design conversation in the city, continue the Sir Walter Raleigh Awards, and expand on our legacy project. All right. Are there any questions?
Is that okay? I have a few, but who would like to go first? Councilor? Oh. Okay. So, couple of things. When you were talking about the design review process, you're asking to continue studying that. My feeling is, you know, with some of the changes that we've made, and this will be coming up later tonight, having some type of design review process with these larger, more impactful projects makes sense to me. So I would be in favor of moving that forward. Certainly UDO text changes, if you are seeing trends, I think that that's something that you should work with staff on. Mm-hmm. And then the third thing is increased role in city project review. I don't really know what that means. So if you could come back and maybe staff could provide some further detail and information on what that might mean for our consideration, that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
But I think the first two items are definitely needed. So whatever that comes out looking like, you have, as part of your work program, permission to proceed with those, and then we'll ask staff to come back with what that means with an increased role in city project review.
Thank you.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Definitely. And if that's your motion with those changes, I second it.
Wait, I have additions.
Go ahead. Oh, you have additions.
That kind of build on, if possible.
Go ahead. Yeah, go
In
ahead.
agreement with and. So thank you for this. And I think that as we've seen so much growth in the downtown core and the changes that we're looking at kind of at the text change level tonight, I could see, as we've discussed, kind of an added advantage to a very quick and final second review of the Appearance Commission after the that secondary meeting with the community before it gets to Planning Commission and then Council. It would just be a very final, quick Appearance Commission review where they get the final documents, they see what the community has said, and they as designers get to say, are they actually responding to what the community is saying, and are these viable responses from a design perspective, and not in a way to slow down the projects, not in a way to, make this more difficult, but to make sure that the things that, with the limited space that we have in the downtown core, that what we're putting up is the best that we possibly can. And so, again, it's the kind of the highest visibility projects that we would look to, letting you, not deciding this now, but you and staff and the commission working and trying to decide how that second meeting would kind of work and what projects would be a part of that, I think would be really beneficial to us as we move forward.
Yeah, well, we have a new definition of high-impact projects that will be moving forward in that text change that will come up for public hearing today. Okay. And I think what we're all saying is we're giving you the option to continue to work with staff to come up with some options that would work within that text change realm. But I think it's important to have some type of design review process. And I think we all agree on that.
That's great.
Yeah, I would just add that I think it's come up several times in several different ways at this table over the past couple months about really emphasizing quality design. So having a group of professionals to advise us in that process, I think is really important. Because I agree that we want to build things that are useful and leave the space better than it was before. So I commend the work, and we should do as much as we can to bring that information forward.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I'm kind of new to this commission, so I think this is a very important commission that we have, as everybody's talked about, as we move forward with the growth that we're seeing in the city. I see that. Are there slots on your? D designer, E engineer. Is that what I'm looking? Where does that show up in terms of the slots? I'm looking at your report, and you have a opening right now.
I do have an opening
wondering
right
if there
now.
was some type of person in particular that y'all were looking for, or is a slot? I just couldn't tell by.
I don't know that we
materials.
have designated slots that have to be filled, but we try to have a good percentage of design professionals, and then some from other related industries like, real estate or broker, things, again, that are really tied to the development community. But yes, we welcome good additions of any kind that fit within that kind of urban design or professional design framework.
I think there's certainly interest in being on the commission. We want to get the best fit for what the need of the commission is.
Yeah. We also need to look at diversity as a factor. Oftentimes in the past, we've had a appearance commission that was not as diverse as it should have been. So certainly, too, if the appearance commission has anybody who is interested, please reach out.
I have someone that I would love to recommend for consideration, so I don't know if this is the right forum for that, but I can certainly
just email us.
Share that. Yeah.
I was going to tell you too, the statute doesn't require but recommends that the majority of the members have expertise in a design field such as architecture, landscaping, and city planning.
Yeah.
I'm going to call to question on the motion that was seconded.
Yep. Oh, did I make a formal motion?
Someone did, I think.
So, formal motion with what I...
Do you have more discussion?
Gail, do you have that?
Ready to.
Yes, to proceed with the first two and ask staff to come back with the third item.
Okay.
Yeah, and I second it.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
I just want to commend staff, especially the Urban Design Center support staff. They make what we do possible. They tee us up very well, and they help us to really get to the core of the issue. So kudos to them, and I just want to make sure that you guys hear how important and valuable they are to our city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have report and recommendation of the Economic Development and Innovation Committee.
Yeah, so in our ongoing struggles to get a meeting scheduled, I messed up last meeting. So I'm going to read this time exactly what I'm supposed to say and hope that we can get this off the ground. At the February 18th meeting, I reported that the Economic Development Innovation Committee would not meet in February, and that meeting would be Tuesday, March 24th at 1:30 p.m. in the council chambers. I also announced that due to a scheduling conflict, the April meeting would be held on Thursday, April 23rd from 1 to 2:30 p.m. In the council chambers. As the City Council would like to strengthen our economic development partnerships by gaining a better understanding of the city's economic development programs and work of our partners, I felt it is good to have briefings from our partners who could share information about working together with the city to promote business recruitment, retention, workforce development, and equity and inclusion and foster support. I reported that during the March and April meetings, we would like to have briefings from various partners. However, I failed to ask that the items be officially referred to committee. Therefore, I would request that the following items be referred to the Economic Development Innovation Committee. 1, missions, goals, and projects of local economic development partners. And 2, collaboration with county and state to promote business recruitment, retention, and inclusion.
Is that a motion?
Yes. Gail says yes.
Okay, I'm seconding it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
And I'm also supposed to say, after approval, our next meeting will be Tuesday, March 24th at 1:30 p.m. in the council chambers.
Thank you.
Did I do it? Okay, thank you, Gail.
All right, we have next the report and recommendation of the Growth and Natural Resources Committee.
Yes. So GNR met on February 25th to discuss 2 items. We discussed the recommendations that the council received from the Environmental Advisory Board back in December. The committee is reporting that item back to the council with no action at this time, other than to emphasize the critical need to review our recycling program in the context of our budget deliberations over the next few months. We all know that what is happening with the global recycling market is having a real impact on Raleigh and other cities. Graham Smith, the chair of the Environmental Advisory Board, and Stan Joseph, our Solid Waste Services Director, highlighted some key issues for us, not only related to recycling, but also to food waste and yard waste. I want to highlight something that the board has conveyed in their report to us, that they are encouraging us as a council to take a total life cycle cost approach to the city's recycling programs in the future, an approach that includes consideration of our natural resources and environmental justice. I really appreciate the board looking at these issues from that perspective, and I think all of us on GNR are looking forward to delving into these issues again during the council's continued budget deliberations. The committee also discussed possible guidelines for commercial hillside development. This item originated from the Planning Department's work plan and is intended to address some possible issues in the UDO and how it addresses commercial development on sloped sites. The committee chose to hold this item for a couple more months, and we appreciate that staff will continue to engage with stakeholders, including DSAC, as we continue to deliberate this issue. We will meet again on Tuesday, March 24th at 7 p.m., and we are taking the committee meeting on the road. We're going to Abbott's Creek, and we're working to set an agenda for that meeting presently. So I will announce those agenda items at our next council meeting on March 17th. Actually, as I say that, I think we already know that we're only going to be dealing with, my agenda is really slow, the 1905 Unified Development Ordinance, Chapter 9, Natural Resource Protection and possible changes. That is all.
Okay. Next is the report of Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee. The first one is residential infill development, and we have discussed this before. It's a reiteration of what the Home Builders Association had brought to us regarding height and also frontage. There is no attachment in here for everyone to see. I couldn't find it. So if there's somebody here who can go into some detail about what we discussed. Thank you, Travis. I told you earlier, everybody be prepared.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Travis Crane, Planning and Development. So this topic was discussed at the last committee meeting, and the discussion really related to the standards in the code for residential infill development. So right now, there is a procedure for how front yard setback is determined for these projects, and these are where an existing single-family house is removed and replaced with a new single-family house. So the committee provided direction to draft a text change that would essentially take us back to the original intent of the UDO and allow for a range of front yard setback. This changed recently within the past few years, where there was a much more prescriptive method for applying the front yard setback, and the committee provided direction to return to how the UDO was initially adopted in 2013. So that was the first item. And the second item was related to how height is measured. So again, there was a change to our language for measurement of height, where all four corners of a structure were essentially considered. The committee asked staff to draft a text change that would return to the original intent of the UDO and measure height just at the front facade and not take into account all four corners of a structure. I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
Okay. No questions? All right, so we need approval. I'm going to make the motion to approve this. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes 7-1. The next is short-term rentals. Travis, could you come back up, please? Because this is a little more complicated than I feel comfortable I can tell you what we did and some of the changes we made. But I think coming from Travis, who we've worked on this 5 years?
Just about, yes, ma'am. Actually, a bit more than that.
Yeah.
That's correct.
So
thank you again. So the committee discussed the topic of short-term rentals, and it was looking through the lens of the recent homestay ordinance that was adopted. So staff was asked to start with that as a basis and then identify regulations that could be added to or subtracted from that base ordinance. So you might, for those of y'all that were around, might remember that the homestay ordinance had some regulations about having a resident manager that would be required on site. There were regulations for the maximum amount of structure that could be rented out on a short-term basis. And remember that short-term is defined as being 30 days or less. So that doesn't mean that longer-term rentals, occupation of a residence, fall within this ordinance. And that was an important discussion point that occurred at the committee. So this only relates to very short-term residential rentals. So the committee asked staff to draft an ordinance that would remove the requirement for a resident manager within a short-term rental and would allow for the entirety of a structure to be rented out on a short-term basis. Happy to take any questions.
I think a couple of other items of note. We initiated 3 strikes in your out rule to protect neighbors if a host is not living up to his or her obligations. The first strike, you are fined. The second strike, you are fined. What are the fines again, Travis? It conforms with our current policies.
That's correct. So it would be our standard fine of $100, and once it continues past a certain point, that goes to $500 a day.
Yes. And so if there's 3 strikes, after that, somebody will be fined $300 a day, and their permit or zoning permit will be taken from them.
It would be revoked, yes, ma'am, for a period of a year.
Mm-hmm. One question I had was regarding the use standards. It says here, every short-term rental operator shall apply for and procure a zoning permit from the city. Zoning permits must be renewed annually. And my understanding is we're going to work with VRBO and Airbnb to ensure that their hosts are informed of this.
Yes, ma'am.
The next part says, prior to the approval of any short-term rental operation, the operator must first present proof of a tax account number that has been established with Wake County. I think that needs a little clarity. I've had questions from people saying Airbnb and VRBO pay our taxes directly, so we don't have a tax number from them showing what has been paid. Do you just mean a property tax account number for a specific house?
You want me to do it? There's a couple of kind of county taxes. One of them that VRBO does not collect is a property tax. So they're required to pay that anyway.
Right.
So that would be the one that they get from the county. VRBO, to the extent that they are collecting the occupancy tax, they send it all to the county in one big lump.
Right.
But the landlord, homeowner, whatever, should have an accounting of that they have actually taken them out of their, as they're charging their renters. So they should be able to get that information if they need it. It's just not something we're requiring or the county, but the county tax numbers for that property tax.
So can we just clarify that we're asking for their property tax number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Well, one other thing is the only company that actually collects the occupancy tax is Airbnb. So anyone who doesn't have a rental platform that's collecting their occupancy tax should be paying those to the county directly as well. So they would use that same procedure to pay those taxes. The exception is the Airbnb occupancy. They pull those and pay them.
Okay. The other thing I want to just talk briefly about regarding our discussion at the committee meeting was really about trends and ensuring, first off, that staff would alert us if all of a sudden they start seeing private companies coming in here and buying up property and applying for these zoning permits. We are not in favor of this. I think some people refer to it as, I'm trying to remember, creating zombie neighborhoods where private corporations own these and we're renting it out. So we have asked staff to come to us if some of these trend lines are seen. The other thing is we've asked for a review in a year on how this is going. We already have 5 years of data on enforcement issues. So what we've asked, though, is come back to us in a year, tell us how this is going, let us know if any changes need to be made. But if there's any alarming type of trends developing, please come to us sooner.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Good. Just a brief comment on that last point, Mayor, and I think this is very important. We're taking a more flexible route with this policy, but the idea is we're going to monitor the situation. We're going to see what's really happening out there, and we'll make adjustments as needed if we see these kinds of problems developing. So appreciate that support, Mayor, and I support that approach, and I appreciate your flexibility and willingness to work on that issue.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Stewart?
To piggyback off of Councilor Buffkin, I also want to add that I really appreciate the 3 strikes and you're out rule. I think that kind of enforcement sends a serious signal in terms of what we want to allow, but not planning for the worst case scenario. And I think that's a great change. One thing I'd like to ask is, so there's backup in the agenda that has the draft text change. Is everything we just talked about in addition to what is here, or is all of that included in what's here?
Well, the directive just towards staff about trends and also coming back to us in a year is not in there.
Okay.
That's more policy as opposed to text change.
Right.
So they understand that that's the expectation. The rest of the changes are incorporated.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I was just going to add that I appreciate the approach of looking at the data and then being adaptable. I know that a lot of folks have concerns about Airbnb and a whole house rental, and a lot of those concerns stem from things they've heard about in other cities and other places. And I think that we are all mindful of those concerns. And so I think we need to have a forward-thinking policy that welcomes the industry but is also adaptable. And if issues arise, concerning issues arise, then we address them. But we should be using data to be making decisions and not based on fear. And so I really appreciate that approach here.
Okay, thank you.
And
Councilor Martin.
Thank you. Very quickly, I think that to Councilor Melton's point that by being more open and proactive and willing to have the tough conversations, we've brought in the providers themselves. And so I've been in conversation, as have many of you, with Airbnb and Vrbo, and so having them at the table means that they're willing to help us figure out what other cities are doing to combat these exact issues in other ways. And so as we move forward and issues come up, we can go to them specifically and challenge them directly and say these are the issues that we're having, and instead of just trying to have that challenge on the back end and trying to deal with it ourselves. So I'm excited to get this rolled out, and I think what's important is that we're willing to identify problems as they come up and as a community raises them.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
Can I ask a question of staff? I'm intrigued by the term travelers. I'm very glad we don't have transients in there anymore.
That's why we changed it.
It's amazing we ever did, but at least, but travelers to me is that used by other cities? Excuse me. It would seem like you could just say non-residents, meaning they don't live in that dwelling unit. Because I know, for example, people may live in the same town, but they maybe having work done on their house or home, and they just go to one of these for whatever, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and they're not travelers.
Right. Sure. And we'd be happy to look at another word you've picked up on.
I just think it's an odd word.
The reason we're not using transient. We had that conversation at the committee, so we can look at another terminology there.
Okay. I think it'd be worth coming up with something. Non-residents, maybe, possibly.
Well, they could be residents, though, staying in a VRBO.
But not of that dwelling unit.
Short-term rental
They're
tenant?
just not, they don't live there permanently or longer.
What'd you suggest, Robin?
Short-term rental tenants?
Tenants? Yeah. I think it's worth looking at what other cities, what
I
words they've used.
I take what you're saying into consideration. I think it's good. I think for this purpose, you've given the direction that staff needs, and I think we could make a motion and go forth, and this will come back to us so that we're not always, dotting every I and crossing every T in the weeds of staff work.
Okay, so we're going to change the word travelers, just so it's not transient.
Sure thing.
Okay. All right.
One comment?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not going to vote for this because I'm concerned about unrestricted whole house rentals, taking housing out of our market. Yesterday I met with some members of the Salvation Army who have one of the largest homeless shelters in the city, and we have 4,635 children in this city that are classified as homeless. And I'm concerned that unrestricted short-term rentals will encourage people to take whole houses off the market, which will exacerbate our housing situation. I also think unrestricted whole house could potentially lead to clusters of these Airbnb or short-term rentals in particular neighborhoods, which will put a lot of stress on neighborhoods and fundamentally change the character of residential areas and essentially turn them into commercial areas. That said, even though I'm going to vote against this, one recommendation I would like to put forward, since this council is intent on moving forward with this, is that, and actually I would recommend this even if I were to vote in favor of it, if we had restrictions on whole house rentals, is that we require that the host post their registration numbers, their city registration numbers on their listings. This is something that is being adopted in Charleston, South Carolina, and by posting those registration numbers on their listings, people can realize what is a legitimate short-term rental and which is not. And that will help prevent illegal short-term rentals. So I would like to...
Meaning ones that are fake.
Fake, yes.
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 And because I have heard of that happening. What I'm going to suggest, Councilor Cox, if you're okay with this, is having staff work with Airbnb and VRBO to bring this up. I'm not sure yet if it's something that we can do or if they have to do. So let's let staff figure that out, but that's a very valid point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, got that, Travis? Okay. All right, time for a motion?
I'll make it, but I don't know. So I'm moving to approve the committee recommendation with the discussion
Yes.
changes we've, all right, so moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 7-1. This has been, as I said, going on for 5 years. I really appreciate all the time and effort that has gone into this. I want Airbnb and VRBO to be partners and work with us because that's going to be really important. The second thing is I can't impress enough upon staff if there's disturbing trends or just trends that they feel we should be aware of, please let us know. But in the meantime, I look forward to moving forward on this. And I am supposed to announce that we have a safe, vibrant, and healthy community meeting on the fourth Tuesday, which is the 24th, at 5:30 p.m. following GNR. And let me see, we will be taking up the issue of strategic plan review and also the equality NC recommendations, 2 items left on our agenda. Thank you. All right, now we have a report and recommendation of Transportation and Transit Committee.
Yes, we had a great meeting last month. We had vendors that provide micro-mobility, mainly scooters, present and share some data. We directed staff to come back at our March 26th meeting, which is at 3 p.m. on a Thursday, with some recommendations based on the comments from the committee, and we look to discuss that at the meeting, as well as we will have more conversation on transit overlay districts at our March 26th meeting as well. That is all I have.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Next, we have the report from the mayor and the city council. And we started with, I believe, Councilor Cox last time. Okay, Councilor Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. As I mentioned earlier this afternoon, the Mayor Baldwin and I are holding a meet and greet at Sola Coffee, 7705 Lead Mine Road on March the 21st. This is an opportunity for residents to come share their thoughts with us, chat with the mayor, hear about what we've been working on as part of our effort to meet folks where they are and get more people involved in our city government. And we'll be sending out more details about that meeting in the coming days and weeks.
Okay. We'll get to Councilor Knight. Well, I just want to add to what Patrick said. We are going to go A, B, C, D, E, and then the 2 at-large councilors. Doesn't have to be a coffee shop. You can pick any place you'd like in your district that you think we're trying to go where people are. This isn't about calling a meeting. It's if you want to visit a brewery, if you want to, now that might get people there. But if if you're at a coffee shop, people are already there. You can have those conversations. So I'll be thinking about a place and a time. Again, I said we're going to do this once a month. If it could be the third Saturday of the month, that would provide some consistency. So, Councilor Stewart.
I just want to take a minute to thank our incredible staff. This past weekend, we had a lot of events going on, and I know I attended at least 2, if not 3 of them, and folks are putting in the hours, and I just really want to appreciate that. I imagine Councilmember Branch is going to talk about Mayor's Unity Day and what a great event that was. There was also the BRT Equitable Development Around Transit meeting, which was great. Good attendance, lots of participation, great progress on that issue. And then we had more meetings this week. So I just want to really appreciate staff and all the work that you're putting in. That's it.
Okay. Councilor Martin.
Your mic.
So first, actually, I'm going to hold on announcing my meeting dates. No, okay, because I had 4. I'm going to so I'm going to plan to hold my 2 District D Town Hall meetings. The first will be April 9th, and the second will be September 10th from 7:30 to 9 will be both of those dates. And then I also plan to hold monthly District D community events, which likely will be held in a city facility, but without staff presence. So I'm just making that known at the table. But depending on the actual focus of that event, may be held not in a city facility. The second request I have is for communication staff to look into potentially moving the live streaming of meetings when we have city council meetings so that they're easier for folks to find, and putting them on the homepage during council meetings. So currently, I know that we just updated the website, but I've heard from a number of folks that it's still kind of difficult to find where. Sometimes I think there might be a banner ad now, but if you miss that, it's like people are still clicking. So I don't know if there could be a drop down that just shows the meeting happening that could be easier. So something to explore. If there's nothing to do, is that the banner, the yellow banner?
Yeah.
So I don't know if something that has been brought to my attention.
Yeah, sure.
That's all.
We'll look at it.
Great. I'm going to pass out a code provision that I want to discuss that deals with panhandling and begging. And Gail, I think I have enough for you as well.
I'll give you mine if you don't.
So these 2 codes I wanted to bring to the council's attention, and just specifically ask for approval for the city attorney to look at alternatives if there isn't disagreement. Specifically, I'll go through both options. So Section 132007. So this code in particular deals with begging and panhandling. So it doesn't really. You can talk to many folks that are service providers in the city of Raleigh for people that are dealing with anyone that is in a tough situation. And this code, as it currently stands, is outdated. I mean, so under Section 132007A, it refers to the chief of police as he, well, his, and obviously our police chief is most certainly not a he. And more importantly, begging and panhandling shouldn't be outlawed. I mean, we can. There are other ways that we can provide people the resources that they need than going through a convoluted process to get an application that needs to be approved and then could be appealed. So I think that my first request would be that we have the city attorney look at what it would mean to repeal this code completely. And then the secondary would be that if we want to keep this, if she could come back with recommendations about what it means, what other cities do around begging and panhandling, and how they go about making this issue a little bit more easier to manage, I guess, and administer. The second is Section 132031, pedestrian interference. And so this, if you flip over with Section 132031B, it's basically stating it means that it's unlawful to sleep or rest or even simply stand in all the places where people who are living on the street would generally sleep or rest. because there isn't adequate shelter space for everyone, and shelters are, as we know, at capacity. Councilor Cox just talked about how our shelter, that one shelter, is at capacity, and I know Councilor Melton and I have both been there. And so we're basically saying that people that need a safe place to stand or rest are breaking the law. Now we're putting them back into the justice system, which is clogging up the justice system. And then furthermore, we're also saying on the first page, we're saying aggressively, we're using words like aggressively, intimidate, and those are words that we don't then define what that actually means. And so there's a race equity issue here as well, because what does that, who defines what aggressively and intimidation means? And so if you have a person of color coming at someone that's not of color, and then you have the police called, it's like that's how it's a recipe for disaster sometimes, and how we see what we see in our criminal justice system. So all of that to say, I'd love to have the city attorney come back with a report on how we could make this a little bit more just and right, and work for those that are among the least of us in the community.
Councilor Martin, may I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Before having the city attorney look at that, I'd like to refer this issue to the Downtown Raleigh Alliance. I think that they have the capacity to do a best practices study among other communities, and also this is where that originally evolved from. So let's bring them back in, and because you have a lot of conflicting interest here. You have downtown businesses that are impacted by this. You have people who are in need impacted by this. Let's let them take a look at this first from all angles, and not just bolt down, and have them come back with some best practices and direct them to work with the city attorney.
I'm going to have to respectfully disagree. So on the begging and panhandling front, I mean, it still happens. So even though it's in code, that part of the problem and the reason that it's frustrating to me is that it puts the police department in a difficult situation, because they're going to walk by it, and do they actually stop and arrest someone because they don't have the approved application, or do they move on? And so until someone calls it in, they're choosing to walk past it until it's an issue. And so like it's an unenforceable code. And so I'm with you. Our businesses want to have a safe, vibrant place. But it's an issue that we all see. And so we're putting folks in what this is working. This isn't currently working for our businesses. But worst of all, it's working against the people who are suffering the most already. And so when we put people who are standing on the corner and asking for money in a tough spot, I'm answering your question, Madam Mayor. When we're putting the people who are suffering the most into jail, and now they have to pay a fine to get out, or we're giving them a citation, I mean, like we're exacerbating the issue. So I'm not saying don't bring Downtown Raleigh Alliance into it. That's fine, but I would still like, from the city attorney's side, to look at, from our side, from the professional staff side, let's do both, perhaps. But I'm not going to not do this. This is it's really just a violation and a human rights issue.
Can I make a suggestion, maybe? Could this be something that we refer to a committee, and we could work with the city attorney in the committee? We could get some information from the police chief about how many arrests are happening, what the statistics look like. We could get DRA to talk. Could this be? It seems like there are a lot of touch points on this, and it's important work. But maybe if we were able to tackle it holistically, we could get a discussion going. So maybe into a committee.
Safe, vibrant, and healthy communities.
Would you be you sit on that committee? So would you be opposed to referring it to safe, healthy, and vibrant committee for that specific purpose? Let's look at data, because I actually think that, well, I have a few other ideas about policing, but I really think we need to bring all voices together to have a discussion on this.
I would agree with that as well, that the committee is a good place to discuss this, because this isn't just a downtown issue.
It's a city issue.
It's a city issue.
That's true.
And I mean, even way out on 540, there are people that are asking for money, and we got to find ways to be able to help them. So not just the Downtown Raleigh Alliance, but also other organizations, Congregations for Social Justice, the very Passage Home, for example, that people that are dealing with the homeless every day,
Yeah.
committee
So,
would
yeah.
be a good place.
Yeah, I think, how, yes. Short answer, yes. And then we can talk after about the best way to structure that, and kind of, I just have questions about how we bring those sorts of things in, and, but yeah, we can talk about that after.
You have to ask to refer it.
Have to ask to refer it.
Is it a movement? Is it a motion?
Just make
I learned the lesson. You actually have to ask to refer it, or
So
it won't go to
I would
committee.
like to request to move Section 13207 and Section 13203.1 of the Raleigh Municipal Code to Growth and Natural Resources Committee.
No, to
No,
safe,
no, no.
healthy,
Safe,
and
vibrant, and
neighborhoods.
healthy community.
Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Neighborhoods Committee.
Yeah, well, I think we're, though, referring more than that. What we're referring is really the whole issue of panhandling and whatnot. So it's a little bigger
Sure.
than that, but
Yeah,
that
can
will
we
be,
make sure to cast a wide net so there's no question when it comes up in committee what the authority
yes,
is, right? Okay.
that's right.
So can I just say everything we just talked about?
I'm
She
sorry,
needs the
now
detail.
I'm losing it too. What are you referring to the
I'm-
committee?
Our panhandling ordinance and.
Yeah, that's
and-
this.
Yes.
Everything in
and
here.
issues related to that.
That's this.
No, but I'm saying if additional issues come up, we won't have the purview to discuss them. So make it broader as opposed
Okay.
to,
So I'd like to discuss panhandling, pedestrian interference, and other issues related to those issues in safe, healthy, and vibrant communities.
community, yes.
Yes.
Is that a motion? I'm going to put you out
It
of your
is.
misery right now. Is
Yes,
that a
thank
motion?
you.
Second.
All in favor?
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes.
I think Councilor Martin's raised some good points, and
Right.
Councilor Cox did as well. This is a citywide problem. There's a lot of people that need to be involved. I have no problem with looking at data, educating ourselves about the issue. I've got serious reservations about repealing the ban on panhandling. I don't understand the implications of it, and
I can take you to Passage Home after this and introduce you to folks. So
I
Well,
don't
hey,
understand
folks,
if I
let's-
may.
I think we're in the middle of a vote, right? Did we
Yeah.
vote it
We're
yet?
in the middle of vote. Council Buffkin, I understand exactly what you're saying, and, but I don't want this back and forth. So we're making motion, we can discuss this, and, but let's move forward in getting this into committee so we can have the discussion.
Sure, and I was just asking for the opportunity to discuss the motion. And if I may finish my comments.
Yes.
I don't understand the implications of this from a regulatory standpoint. I think it deserves careful consideration. So I'm happy to do that in the committee. But I want to proceed cautiously on this issue.
Okay. All right. We have a motion on the table to refer this issue to Safe, Healthy, and Vibrant Neighborhoods. We have a motion and a second, right? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Do you have anything else?
one more thing, and it's quick. I'd like to request a budget note from staff that outlines the ability for this council to take Go Raleigh access fee-free starting fiscal year 2021. It's just a budget note. For this note, I would specifically like to see two options and the effects on our budget: the level of service that would be affected in relationship and agreements / contracts with vendors that would be affected as well, including Wake County, specifically offering fee-free ridership for those age 65 and older, and exploring the option as well of offering fee-free ridership for all Go Raleigh access riders regardless of age. And I will send this as well.
We already have, is it fare free for 65 and over?
This is
This focuses around Go Access, our paratransit.
Go Access.
So he's
Go
focused
Access.
on
Are you talking about
paratransit.
just Go Access or
Yes.
all riders?
just paratransit.
Just paratransit?
Yes,
Okay.
and and then within that, those that are 65 and older, like breaking it up, its effects on the budget and service, and then all, like breaking it down, 65 and older, and then all paratransit riders.
Okay, is that written down?
It is.
Okay.
So I'm going
maybe
to send
we'll
it to you.
just
Yeah.
And
have
that's
that,
for a
yeah.
budget note.
Yes, budget note.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I just have a few quick items. The first one is I've been sent a request as staff to look into a 4-way stop at Idlewood Village in Snowberry and just come back with us with that information.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, please?
A 4-way stop
No,
at
no, the
Idlewood
streets.
Village and Snowberry.
Idlewood Village.
Yep.
Okay.
On a lighter note, I want to thank Dr. Caesar, the entire staff and Human Relations, all as well as Parks was involved, and anyone that I may have missed. I want to thank the chief for attending the Mayor Unity and African American Celebration. Thank Councilman Cox, Councilman Martin, Councilor Stewart, and for all attending, and Councilman Milton for also attending. It was a great day, a great turnout. Human Relations Commission did a great job with the breakfast, and then the committee did a great job with the African American celebration. We had participation from Southeast Raleigh High School, North Carolina State University, St. Augustine's University, Shaw University, as well as from the community at large. And there was a great conversation about the history of African Americans in Raleigh that I hope we can tailor and move towards some other events that hopefully Parks and Rec can move forward. So thank you all for that. I look forward to next year. This was the first year in which we did it at this scale. So hopefully staff is prepared budget-wise to ensure that we can continue it. Next, I would like to talk about, I covered the resizing. On March 21st at 4 p.m. at 2409 Crabtree Boulevard, which is Union Special, we're taking my District C meetings on the road. We're going to move them throughout the district once a quarter. So this is a change in our normal District C meeting. It's still on the same date, the third Saturday. We just changed the time and the location. So just want to make sure that everyone is aware. And I would like to ask, with approval from council, if it's okay for staff to give a presentation on the Old East area plan at this meeting, if that is okay. Basically, all I'm asking is for staff is to provide the information to the community of what the plan is and the steps that they're going now, because they're in the middle of an update right now. So.
Certainly.
So that would be a motion to have staff attend the meeting.
If so moved.
Well, based on
that's
our
needed.
discussion today, I think that we should vote on that. So
That's fine.
Okay, motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you, Councilor Branch.
And that is all I have.
Doubly thank you, Councilor Branch. Councilor Melton.
I made it back. I'll be quick. You may remember a couple of meetings ago, the prior council heard a public comment about animal shelter during extreme weather. And then we all got an email, and I had asked the city attorney's office to look at what other cities are doing and to coordinate with, I guess, the police department or animal control. And they've prepared some data. And so I would like to refer this issue to the Safe, Vibrant, Healthy Community Committee, just to look at and see if we need to be doing any change. We may not choose to do anything. I just think that the committee could look at the data that the city attorney's office has gathered and to come back with recommendations.
Okay. Is everybody okay with that referral? Okay. It was referred, City Clerk. Thank you.
And the only other thing I have would like to ask is, at some point in this budget process, or I know we just authorized the 2/3 bond fund, I'd like to get just an update or a status on our plans for protected bike network. I know we came up with a 10-year plan. I think we're in year 5, and I don't think we've built any of them yet. I know that we hopefully will have one on the ground soon. So could we just get a status update on the plan for implementing, any funding needs, and whether any portion of that 2/3 bond money could be appropriately spent and how far it would go?
I'd like to see a work session item on that.
Do you want to do that at a regular work session, or we can well, it'll have to be a regular work session, so that's probably April.
That's
So
okay.
we could do basically protected bike lanes at a work session in April.
Okay.
How's that?
I'd like to do that if everyone's okay with it.
Yes, I think that's a great idea. And also, maybe by April, we could have some kind of announcement about our first.
Yeah, that would be great to coordinate.
That would be even better, but, right, Michael?
That's all I have. Do I need to do any, to make sure that that's going to be a work session? Do I have to move something, refer it, vote on it? No?
Work sessions are more informal.
Okay.
But I would say it's also dependent on your schedule.
Okay.
So at this point, there's some space left in April.
Okay, thank you so much.
Slots are going fast.
Okay,
so.
thank you. I'm glad I got in there.
Okay.
Okay, Councilor Cox.
Okay, I've been informed that there is one more Northeast CAC meeting, which will be held March 12th at 7 p.m. And then I plan in March to hold 3 community meetings, so I won't need any staff support. Next Tuesday, March 10th, and March 17th, and March 19th. And I'm holding these in lieu of the CAC meetings. I've always, for the past 4.5 years, I've attended all these meetings every month, and I would like to be able to continue them in order to be able to continue meeting with these communities throughout the district. So that's that. The other thing I have is that residents in the Brentwood community have contacted me about Beeman Lake. Beeman Lake is maintained by the city, and it has been filling up for several years with silt, and to the point where it's noticeably filled in with this material. And residents tell me, and I don't know if this is true or not, but they tell me that there was a plan at one time to come in and clean the lake once every 10 years. And so I've discussed this with the manager, and so I'm just making a formal request here at the table to look into this situation, to see what's available. Is there such a thing as a 10-year schedule for cleaning out Beeman Lake? And I think parallel to this is that maybe we should look into a budget note to make sure that we have enough money in the budget, and I believe it would be covered by our stormwater fees, in order to ensure that not just Beeman Lake, but our other lakes that we maintain are properly maintained.
Sure. And what I would suggest, Mr. Cox, is we'll send you the report that is specific to that particular circumstance, and then if you would like a budget report, we can provide that to you. And you'll get that before, should get that before the budget work session on stormwater.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Council Buffkin, we got you. Councilor Knight.
I will also be having a town hall or a district meeting, not sure which, by the end of the month, and I'll come back with details on that. Love to have any and everybody come out to that. And I just want to bring up 3 things that we did today, that occurred today. The creation of the Police Advisory Board, the creation of the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, and the first time that we're moving towards getting sheltering of 85% of our bus riders. Never been done before in the city, so I'm honored to be part of a council that did this, but more importantly, honored to be part of a city and a community that's ready to take these issues on and dealing with segments of our society that have not really been prioritized in the past, and that we are ready and willing and want to move on these issues. So congratulations to the city for doing this, and look forward to working with everybody to move forward on these issues.
Thank you so much. When you said you had 3 things, I was like, oh, here we go. But no, that was great. Thank you. I'm going to be very quick. First off, last Tuesday was David Ayers Day in the city of Raleigh. I just want to say, I was on vacation, but watching the game and everything that happened afterwards, I think it demonstrated that people were really excited about having a Cinderella story and good news for a change, something joyful that they could celebrate together. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Branch for representing us at the news conference, making that proclamation. There was a lot of joy and fun. So that was just really exciting to have happen. Second, I've had a number of people mention to me just confusion about 20 stories versus 40 stories when people go for a rezoning. And I think that there are members of the public who automatically think when they hear 40-story rezoning, there's going to be a 40-story building built. I just have a question, and maybe staff can just follow up with the rationale, maybe in the manager's report, on why we do 20 stories versus 40 stories instead of maybe 20, 30, 40, or whatnot. Is that something we need to look at, or is that standard procedure, etc.? But I think you get the gist. I just need to, I feel, to be able to explain that to constituents. And then finally, a budget note. One of the things that has been brought to my attention, there's a group called the High Steppers. They are in Southeast Raleigh. They're a nonprofit. They practice, but cannot practice because in a community center because they can't afford the fee. And they end up practicing in a parking lot or a dead-end street. I understand that there's probably $8 million in revenue that we receive from fees for the use of our parks and community centers. But I just want to look at the equity issues involved. It seems to me, that's an important piece of revenue. I'm not saying we should do away with it, but is there a way to look at some of these situations? We can build a great park, but if it's in a neighborhood in our city that has different needs and they don't have the ability to pay, that's concerning to me, and it all boils down to equity. So I would just like to have a discussion about this during one of our budget meetings.
Sure.
Okay.
So why don't we capture it in the form of a follow-up report, and we'll include it in the budget note list for you.
That would be terrific. Thank you.
Great.
And Madam Mayor, if they could, in providing that information, look at it from a, because our nonprofits are not all created equally. Some have $1 million budgets, some have no budgets. Can we look at this? I know when we do our grants and from the city, there's a percentage that we cap out, 25% of their budget. Can we look at this kind of through that lens of maybe creating a scale, depending on budgets, like from 0 to such and such is one amount or whatever, kind of using that equity lens overall. So just an idea, suggestion to try to look at a range, because our nonprofits are not all created equal. And if we have a nonprofit that has $1 million budget coming in paying the same amount as a nonprofit that has a $5,000 budget, I think there's an equity difference there.
And our new parks director might have some ideas
Right.
to bring with him on the topic, but okay.
Yes,
But-
Mayor. I was going to make that point that our Parks Department has done quite a bit of work on accommodating people who present unique opportunities for partnerships, hardship cases.
Yeah.
We have a pretty well-developed fee schedule, and if that information could be a part of this report, if that was appropriate, if it fits the topic, I think that would be very helpful.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you. Okay, now we have the Appearance Commission. This is appointments. City Clerk.
Appearance Commission, you do have one vacancy, no nominees. Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, 2 vacancies, no nominees. Planning Commission, 1 vacancy. Nicole Bennett received 7 votes. Mr. Gary 1. So Nicole Bennett would be appointed. Raleigh Transit Authority, you have 1 vacancy for a regular member, and Mayor Pro Tem Branch has nominated Robert Owens, so that would be on the next agenda.
For an alternate? That's for an alternate member, right?
You have a policy that
Move
when you
people up.
have a regular member resign, that an alternate move up. However, your 2 alternates were just appointed, so I didn't know how you wanted to handle that. You can do it either way.
Yeah, I mean, so our two alternates just moved up to fill the regular seats.
No, you've got two brand-new alternates, I think.
The agenda says one vacancy alternate member.
Right.
So there may have been some
Sorry.
confusion. That's okay. I think it's an important distinction.
Let's see which. You have two new alternates that were just appointed.
Right.
Joshua Gill and Sarah one was appointed January 21st and the other February 18th. The position that is open right now is Sarita McCullers.
Right, which is a regular member.
Regular
So
member.
one
So
of
you-
our alternates, the oldest alternate, will move up as a regular slot.
Okay.
And
That-
then that leaves an alternate slot open that I'm
You
nominating
put,
this for.
okay. All right, so that would mean that Joshua Gill would move up to be a regular member, and this would be an alternate slot. Okay, thank you. And Substance Use Advisory Commission, no nominees. And I do not think we have any nominations listed. I know you have one, and
It's not
that will
open
be
yet.
on the
Got
next
it.
agenda, so we will include, for the bicycle.
Yeah.
That will be on, you have a number of nominations that will appear on the next agenda, so I'll get those out to you earlier so you can start looking.
Can I say one thing about this? I would like to challenge the rest of the council. Let's fill these vacancies. I think it sends a message to our boards and commissions when we leave seats open for long periods of time that we don't prioritize filling them or the feedback. And we already did the Raleigh Unleashed, and so I hope that the message they're receiving is that we do value their feedback. So let's make sure that there's not seats left at the table. I will go back through the list of applications folks have sent in. I would suggest everybody do that as well. And if anybody is in the audience or watching at home and willing to serve, if you've already sent an application, maybe ping one of us to let us know it's there. Or if you're willing to do it, you can go on our website and fill one out. But let's create a standard where we're not rolling any appointments meeting to meeting.
So what I would like to do is request that the city clerk forward to us, maybe on a monthly basis, any applications that have come in.
Okay.
Okay?
There's a spreadsheet.
That's great, but let's forward it to us.
Yeah, exactly. We all need access to it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
Okay, I just have one thing. I had alerted you earlier today. I've had some questions just from, there's been a lot of attention on boards and commissions about whether the Raleigh appointed boards and commissions have any rules of ethics or a code of conduct like the city council has. Our office looked into it, and with the help of the clerk, we did find a set of rules that were passed by the council in 1988. They're over 30 years old. They have some good information, but are really not up to date with current laws, and there's some holes in it compared to what the council's rules have. So I am offering, if you would like us to take a look at those and try to update them and modernize them and bring them back to council. So that's up to you. I'm just letting you know I've had some questions, and we did find some rules, but that they're very old.
Okay. I would say that we should be updating these types of things regularly. Sometimes when we get in problem situations, it's because we haven't updated our ordinances to keep up with the times, and then we're reactive instead of proactive. So I would say this is a very good proactive move, and if the council concurs, I would like to see you move forward with that.
I agree.
Do we have concurrence? Yeah. Councilor Cox? No? Okay. All right. Please go ahead.
That's all I have.
All right. And then we have the report and recommendation of the city clerk.
You received several sets of minutes for consideration of approval. If I could get to them. The February 18th lunch work session and regular session, and February 24th budget work session.
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Let's see. Now we have closed session. Have the motion here. Motion is in order to enter closed session pursuant to GS 143-318 1A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to give instructions concerning the handling and a settlement of a potential claim. Second is to prevent the premature disclosure of an honorary degree, scholarship prize, or similar award. And the third is to discuss matters relating to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses within the city, including consideration of economic development incentives that may be offered to entities considering such expansion. It's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in, everybody seconded that. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Before you give us out, one thing I forgot. March the 19th is the Southeast Raleigh Police District ribbon cutting and dedication at 8:30 a.m. So look forward. The address is 2800 Rockrye Road. So look forward to people coming out to that event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. See you at 7 o'clock. items that we went into closed session to discuss. Meeting adjourned.